This is Contacts and Continuities II, 125 years of Philippine-American encounters, an international conference hosted by the School of Humanities and the School of Social Sciences of the Ateneo de Manila University, and funded by the Juan Laurel donation to the School of Humanities. It is September 24, Tuesday at 9:30 a.m. in Manila. We are live streaming on the Ateneo de Manila University YouTube channel. I am Enrique Niño Leviste of the Department of Sociology and Anthropology of the School of Social Sciences, Ateneo de Manila University, and I am your moderator for this morning. Our keynote speaker is Professor Ambeth Ocampo. Professor Ocampo is a public historian whose research covers the late 19th century Philippines, its art, culture, and the heroes who figure in the emergence of the Filipino nation. A professor and former chair of the History Department at Ateneo de Manila University, he writes an extensively read column for the Philippine Daily Inquirer. He has published over 30 books, mostly derived from these columns. He has served as president of the Philippine Historical Association and chairperson of the National Commission for Culture and the Arts and the National Historical Commission of the Philippines. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Ambeth Ocampo.
Good morning. Had I known this would be live streamed, I would have done this at home. But anyway, this morning, I'm going to give one of the problems of being retired and old is that they make you do keynote speeches, which is not really exciting, although what I wanted to do was to frame the panels this afternoon, especially our friends from the special collections. So it will be about research and about images in this period. So basically, while we're talking about contacts and continuities, this conference actually dovetails with a important show at the Smithsonian that opened last year. It closed in February this year, which was about 1898. So it marked the 125 years of US imperialism. But they wanted to show, for example, how these visions of the past are actually being revised today. So what they did was they got portraits from both sides, American presidents, American governors general. Then they got from the different places, Cuba, Puerto Rico, Hawaii, in order to have some semblance of connections. So the first image actually is of William McKinley. And if you look very closely at his hands, there's a crumpled map from 1898 of Puerto Rico. This huge painting actually hung beside a small painting which showed the Battle of Manila in May 1, 1898. So as you can see here, the American boats steaming in and the Spanish boats actually burning in the background. As you know, this was a mismatch. The Spanish fleet was described as floating antiques, and although they were numerically more, they were made of wood and were not as modern as the US fleet. So what happens here is, in this exhibition, there were not only pictures, but there were also maps that showed the war with Spain and also its aftermath. What is important to know today is that there was such a thing called the Greater United States. While we know of the US only today as well, I'll show you the map later, after the Spanish-American War, the US grew substantially because they were able to acquire territory, Hawaii, Philippines, Puerto Rico, Guam, etc. And so to teach this in this exhibition, it was very interesting to see that they had board games like Monopoly, where it shows you the different Spanish ships and the territories that they were going to annex. To teach Americans about the size of the Philippines, this is a map showing how big the Philippines is compared to Ohio, to give them a sense of what it looks like. So basically, if you put it in an image of an American eagle with its wings spread out, it actually showed that after 1898, the US suddenly became an empire which had from tip to tip 10,000 miles. So in a sense, the US could claim, as Philip II used to do, that his empire was one where the sun never set. But to make things very clear, and this is in an interesting book by Daniel Immerwahr, How to Hide an Empire, when we think of the United States today, we only think of the map and we see this. What he shows very wonderfully in his book is that in 1941, shortly before the war, Greater United States actually looked like this. So it was much larger than we know today. In this 1898 show, they also had a portrait, actually a painting, which actually hangs in the White House Treaty Room. And here you see William McKinley dominating a room, and what's being signed here is the peace treaty between the United States and Spain. And it's quite interesting because this painting hangs in the White House, but hidden in some cardboard box in the Library of Congress is this small photograph. They asked me to identify the people, and it seems these were the peace commissioners who went to Washington in 1899 to argue and want to be included in the negotiation. So there were representatives from Cuba, Puerto Rico, the Philippines, and when I looked closely at the picture, I recognized immediately Felipe Agoncillo, who was the head of the delegation, and what surprised me was that Juan Luna, the painter, was also there in the back. So when I saw this, it was quite interesting because I've been doing Luna for many years, and I didn't realize that he was included in this peace commission. And when I looked at the newspapers, there's Luna arriving in San Francisco, there's a drawing of him, Aguinaldo sending the people over, and then this is kind of nice. When they were in Washington, the U.S. Secret Service was sent to trail the Philippine delegation, and what they noticed was that the Philippine delegation wakes up late. So they would only come out after 10 o'clock or almost lunchtime, which is quite interesting. By February 4, the start of the Philippine-American War, Luna was interviewed, and he was explaining the place names where the battle is supposed to have happened. Then much later, you will see that after the Phil-American War erupted, so the Philippine Peace Commissioners had to make themselves scarce, so they made their way to Canada. So there's this wonderful article, Juan Luna has also run away, and it shows you how they made their way from the US into Canada. The show, this is the Philippine part of the 1898 show. And what was interesting was that they actually loaned things from Manila. They had the portrait of Rizal by Juan Luna, which was hanging there. They also had the portrait of Felipe Agoncillo by Felix Resurrection Hidalgo, which was borrowed from the National Museum. From the National Library, they borrowed a portrait of Mabini by Fabian de la Rosa. And then they found, I think, in some US repository, a very, very small photograph of Emilio Aguinaldo. So it just shows you they didn't borrow any oil image of Aguinaldo. But also in this exhibition, there was my first time to see an actual crag and a kris, which showed the weapons that were used in the Phil-American War. Then, of course, the American side, they have nice portraits, McKinley, Roosevelt, this is Taft. Then, of course, the major players, you have George Dewey and, of course, Leonard Wood. So what this exhibition did was it gave faces to the names that I only read about in school. And one of the nice things about living in the 21st century is that Google can actually give you a lot of images. You just have to make sure that you are looking at the proper images. So images can tell a story, and I like to think this morning I will just give you a few points. And those points will be, one, my work has always been using images, although the late Teodoro Agoncillo used to say, you know, no document, no history. In my own work, I have realized that pictures actually tell more than the proverbial 1,000 words. I will also show you the American part of Botong Francisco's great mural in the National Museum that shows you the legacies of the American period, which is basically health and education, things that all our textbooks say is something we should remember. And we should rethink those legacies, which is part of our conference being contacts and continuities. I will end by talking about Dean Worcester and his photographs, which is a visual record of the early US occupation. 3,000 images have been put on a drive and were given to the Ateneo Special Collections and the Ateneo University Archives for people to use and to study. So basically, there's so much that needs to be recovered and also reconsidered. So, on a personal note, Agoncillo actually told me not to go to the United States. It's one of the things that I regret very much. He says, you're better off going to Europe, don't go to the US. I think he was not very happy when he did research in the Library of Congress, and it took a while. I only did the Library of Congress in 2000 on a Fulbright fellowship, and just to see how wonderful it is to work for historical research in the US, I kicked myself for believing Agoncillo for many years. My actual area of expertise is basically the Spanish Philippines, the late Spanish Philippines. When I was doing my master's, I wanted to do the American period because then it would be easier. Everything was in English, but one of my professors, Milagros Guerrero, told me to reconsider simply because she says, if you do the American period, because it is easier, she says, we will lose one more person doing the Spanish period, which is why I stayed in the Spanish period, but I do the later part. So here we have images telling history. And even here in the Ateneo, when I was an undergrad, I was introduced to the material in the Filipiniana section. They had things like Neely's photographs, Harper's History of the War. You didn't have to read the text, you just had to look at the pictures. And these actually started my research on the Spanish-American and Philippine-American wars. It started by looking at cartoons on the annexation of the Philippines. So we see here Uncle Sam looking at a map and peering into the US. You have Uncle Sam and John Bull taking charge of the world. We also have this Uncle Sam's eating in a restaurant and he's looking at the menu and choosing which territory he wants to order. Then there are the rather racist ones. You know, this shows Uncle Sam and the Philippines. And as you can see, they didn't quite know what Filipinos look like. So we're usually black, and then they usually have feathers on our hair. And the one on the right actually shows McKinley giving Filipinos their first bath, which shows you again what they were thinking at the time. They did not know what we were. And that was part of the contact. So the US occupation of the Philippines begins in 1898 and ends in 1946 with a brief interlude because of the Japanese occupation. So in my research, I've done actually the Philippine-American War, but I realized even from my undergrad history that even nationalist historians like Agoncillo say that one of the legacies of the US is actually health and sanitation, as if we did not have it in the Spanish period. The other one is education, which we also had during the Spanish period, but what was different was English, the introduction of English. If you go to the National Museum today, you will go up to the second floor, or the third floor, and there's this wonderful mural that used to hang in Manila City Hall. It was borrowed for restoration and was never returned. So Manila has since loaned it indefinitely, so they put it in this grand hall. And this actually shows you 500 years of history. So it's called Filipino Struggles Through History. It begins with Soliman and goes all the way up to the post-war period and ends with Mayor Antonio Villegas, who commissioned the painting. We are actually very happy that it's in the National Museum because we are told that when Villegas was out of power, his successor, Mayor Bagatsing, wanted to whitewash the entire painting because they had to cover Villegas's face. And fortunately, someone was smart enough to put plywood on top of it and those painted white. And eventually they were, the plywood was removed, this was exposed. To cut the long story short, it is now in the National Museum. The segment which shows about the American occupation shows you the Americans coming in, and then it's actually 3 panels. So we will move to the center where you actually see 2 things. One is vaccination, no? And the other one are teachers. So we actually see health and sanitation, and we see education and English, which our friend Greg Bankoff has also written on a lot. So what we see here, if you even look at the cartoons, is that you see Uncle Sam brought 2 things. They brought soldiers and they brought teachers. So in terms of the teachers, I think in the last panel, there was a panel on education. And so you have here the Thomasites, arriving on a ship called the SS Thomas. And you will see here, this is the plot in the Cementerio del Norte that commemorates, well, actually many of them are buried here, the American teachers who came in the early 20th century. So this picture is from 2010. I visited it early this year, and this is now what it looks like. So they don't take care of it anymore, which actually shows you also this is part of our way of revising the vision of empire. So here we also have American school teachers, and we see people being taught up in the Cordilleras, and then this is a textbook. It's called the Revised Insular Primer. So it shows you again a woman teaching a class of girls and a man teaching a class of boys. But all these things were revised, or the way we looked at it was revised in the 70s when Renato Constantino wrote the essay Miseducation of the Filipino, where he wanted us to see, should we really be happy about the American education system? And I was just thinking of it this morning, even the nursery rhyme, I have 2 hands, the left and the right, hold them apart, so clean and bright. When I was thinking of that this morning, I looked at some advertisements, and this actually shows you George Dewey using Pear soap. And just to show you again how this thing was doing, there's a black person using Pear soap. Only the body is submerged in the tub, so when it emerged, the body was white, but the head was still black. Then you have textbooks, other textbooks, which we also have in the Ateneo. This shows you how we were being taught. Ito ang aking bandila. It's in Tagalog. And they were teaching our students what heroes will be. So, iniibig ko ang ngalan ni Washington. So, you see here, school children with an American flag. Again, this comes in the time when the Philippine flag was not allowed to be shown. So, even in our money in the beginning, so you had Apolinario Mabini and Rizal on the 1 and 2 pesos, but of course, the 10 peso bill is George Washington. So with all of these monuments, money, classroom, teaching, you actually see here how the Philippine mind was made American through the education system. Then you had the way in which we look at it, that the Spanish period has always been, the bad part, and the Americans come and they bring us the good part. there was a American historian named Austin Craig who wrote some books showing that we want to balance the Spanish period, and we want to show through the documentation how distorted and how evil they were. So this is the kind of history that still comes in even today. One person who wrote also was a man named David Barrows. He wrote A History of the Philippines in 1905, and it went through many editions until 1926. It's quite interesting because 4 years ago, Barrows became president of the University of California, Berkeley, and there was a hall that was named after him. But 4 years ago, because of lobbying by Filipinos and black people, they said that Barrows was a racist and that they wanted the name of the hall changed. So they have since removed Barrows Hall. But when I was looking at the online comments, whether for or against, now you see how this became a debate on, again, what American education was and whether we should look at it as part of the imperial exercise. It's quite interesting, too, that if you go to UP Diliman, the College of Law is called Malcolm Hall, named after George Malcolm, who was a person from Michigan. So when I went to the Bentley Historical Library, there was this photograph of Malcolm at a party, and it seems there were people who were called the Malcolm Boys. And if you look closely, the Malcolm Boys some of them happened to be Jose Laurel, Manuel Rojas, Elpidio Quirino, and not in picture, Carlos Garcia. So Malcolm had 4 presidents of the Philippines as his students and 3 chief justices of the Supreme Court and many, many others. So it shows you again how the education shaped our elites and made us what we are. Now, going back to the Botong Francisco mural, you see here a soldier doing the vaccination. And because of this, people were very scared. So there was vaccination, there was quarantine, and there was the whole idea of sanitation, which, when we look at it on the outset, just looks like health. But you must remember that the early epidemics in the beginning of the 20th century happened at the same time that the Phil-American War was raging. So in the guise of quarantine became hamleting, sanitation, they would burn an area and move people into from outlying towns and bring them into the pueblos. So the thing there is we can see it as something that is about disease, but it can also mean something else. And it's quite interesting when you look at Botong Francisco, because here he shows there's a girl there hiding, scared of vaccination. And then if you look in the lower, there's somebody hiding in the river. Everyone's scared of vaccination. And then in the background, you see that they're fumigating areas. So in this sense, we actually see that this could also be a way in which they used sanitation to address the Filipino struggles for freedom, the Philippine-American War and its aftermath. We also have pictures, many pictures. Many people, I was collecting these many years ago because nobody wanted to buy them. They're called Recuerdos de Patay. People would take pictures of their dead relatives. So these are 2 pictures of children who have died, and this one is actually a nun. I've actually seen pictures from the 1950s where they actually let the corpse sit up and then people have a selfie with the corpse. We don't do that anymore today, but it was something that was not allowed, especially when cholera epidemics came about. And we had that in the early 20th century. One of the things that happened there was they started to paint houses with lime wash. So many of the houses we think are traditionally white, Philippine houses. We used to have colorful houses, but then they were painted white because they thought it was a disinfectant. And since all our pictures show our houses as white, we always think the houses were white. Cholera was usually spread through water, so they encourage people to filter their water. No, this is one water in a tapayan, and they started to sell, commercial water filters. It's one of the interesting things that I read that during one cholera epidemic, there was miracle water that was found in Manila Bay. So there was a fisherman who saw bubbles in the form of a cross in Manila Bay. So he started to get this, and hordes of people went there to get this miracle water. They drank it, they spread it, and it turned out that the cross came from a busted sewer. So they were drinking sewer water and cholera spread. So one of the things the Americans did was they started to distribute distilled water, and the cholera still went on. So they started to interview what's happening. Do you get the distilled water? Yes, we do. Do you drink it? Yes, we do. And they said, we drink 1 teaspoon 3 times a day. So when you look at the early sanitation process, there are many funny things, but it also makes me think about things that we think are ordinary. For example, the Philippine word for bottle cap is tansan. And people don't really know that tansan came from a brand of Japanese carbonated water. Even today, when you ask for tansan, they'll give you fizzy water. So the tansan came as bottle caps in these things. And if you look at the early advertisements, like Royal True Orange, which we still have today, the selling point was not the flavor. The selling point was it was sanitary, and you could drink it and not get sick. The other thing that Magnolia did was they started to sell guaranteed clean milk. And as you can see on the left, these are milk vendors where you could buy cow's milk fresh or Carabao milk. One of the people who actually died from tainted Carabao milk was Apolinario Mabini, who did not boil or pasteurize his milk. So he died in 1902. And when you look at it and you read the accounts of his funeral, there was a huge public funeral for Mabini at a time when funerals were not allowed because of the cholera epidemic. This actually reminds me of the early days of COVID lockdown, where if you had a relative who went to the hospital for COVID, you could not even visit this person. If the person died, they would just cremate, and there was no time for Filipinos to mourn in the traditional way. And so when I was reading the accounts, I found out that the Mabini funeral happened around this time, flaunting, the American sanitation regulations. What was also interesting when I was reading the accounts of health at this time was that in order to have a wake, so you have a relative who dies of cholera, so what they do is they keep the corpse in the house, they have a wake, and then when the wake is over, they just dump it in the Pasig River, so it tainted more water. So the Americans started to collect and burn corpses. This is a medical carriage. And also in 1902, they burned an entire district in Tondo, saying this was the source of the cholera, so just burn it all. And what happened here was that not only were people sent out of their homes, but because they burned the area, people dispersed into other places and spread cholera more. So many of the things that we think are part of our life, this is a 19th century view of a carinderia in the street. Early 20th century, you have this also. This is 19th century Chinese selling pancit. And you can see they're sitting on their haunches, they're buying pancit from the vendor. This is where our anti-Chinese bias comes. This is a cartoon made by Fernando Amorsolo called The Four Specialties of the Chinese. So you have someone spitting on the tira-tira. The one on the upper right is a Chinese doing chocolate, which is tasty because of his perspiration. Then this one on the left is again spitting in the food. But what I found rather interesting was the cat in the soup. which today we think there's the urban legend that Chinese put cat meat in siopao, and my Chinoy friends call it siu miao. No? So when you think about it again, in the early period, no, there was this pansiteria that killed a whole family. So the whole idea of how do we control sanitation. And so the Americans went and, sanitized places. These are rather interesting ways of doing it. No? The war against tuberculosis, you drink chocolate. And then you have here how to end the spread of germs. No? Do not spit, wash your hands, etc. In this early American period account, Yesterdays in the Philippines, it talks about the bubonic plague, which was spread by fleas from rats. So what the US did was they cleaned the port of Manila, and what they did was they put rat guards on the gangplank so that the rats could not transfer to, or they would fall into the water and drown. They also put smooth concrete on the wharves so that, again, rats who could swim could not go up into the port. What I found interesting was that they had rat catchers, and rat catchers were paid 50 cents per tail. So you went to the Bureau of Science, brought a tail, and they could pay you 50 cents. You didn't have to bring the whole rat. But when I was reading the newspapers, there's the fight against rats, no, and many accounts of how people would collect rats. And I saw that it was not just in the Philippines, even in Vietnam and Thailand. They were always looking against rats and how to destroy the rats. What I found interesting in one account was that there was a very industrious Pinoy from Tondo. Since you paid 50 cents per tail, what he did was he created a rat farm. And he would harvest the rat tails and sell this to the Bureau of Science. So basically what you see from all these accounts, especially for the sanitation, was that human nature remains basically the same. The history changes, but people are almost the same. And by going back to this past, then we can see not only a mirror of ourselves, but a way in which perhaps we can engineer change for the future. I end by talking about contacts and continuities in libraries and archives. These were some things that I found in the University of Michigan libraries. So there were hook wanted signs that someone had kept and sent to Michigan. But what I found very funny was the Japanese period material. So there's this newspaper that says Japan surrenders, and it seems Japan did not surrender. So the next few days, there was another one that says Japan definitely surrenders. In the Bentley Historical Library, there are 2 boxes of colored pictures. On the left is people transporting a house, which we now know as bayanihan, and we don't know why it was called that way, but if you look at the early Tagalog dictionaries, you will find out that a bayani is not a hero. A bayani is someone who does something for free for a common good or common cause, and that is what bayanihan is. And on the right, it's Guillermo Tolentino with one of the sculptures that used to or decorate the outside of the UP campus in Padre Faura. So these things, looking at these colored pictures, glass pictures, gives us a look into the past. No? The picture on the left, for example, is Balayan, Batangas, no? Where then this is what it looks like after an earthquake. You see the roads that are cracked. And then the famous picture, of course, of 2 people from the Cordilleras holding gongs, and the gong holders are actually made of human jaws. That picture actually was taken and collected by Dean Worcester, who is shown here giving the Filipinos their first hearing of a phonograph. Worcester left us with about 5,000 images. The glass negatives are in the University of Michigan Museum. They have since scanned them and gave 2 copies to the Ateneo, to the archives, and to the special collection. So these are very raw. You really have to look at them. But we see the rice terraces, we see the material culture, what they were making, the costumes that they were wearing, and even details on tattooing, which you can see. There's also details of weapons and how people were there. And some things were very disturbing, like this one is a headhunter. So you see one side, they're carrying the dead person on a pole. This is the other side. Then you have things that are quite amusing. The first car that went up to the Cordillera. So you have all these photographs. Worcester is, well, I was studying here in the Ateneo. I learned about him when we were told to read an English translation of a editorial in Renacimiento Filipino called Birds of Prey, which was about Worcester, taking advantage of his government position to enrich himself and oppress people. So again, Worcester gets a different take today. So you see him here, posing with people, but basically when you look at it again, he would pose to show how tall he was compared to natives, and this opens us to other ways of seeing. If you open US websites or go to US libraries today, you will see things like in the graphic arts collection, they have one of the Worcester pictures, and there's a comment about how hateful and racist the captions were. But they did not erase them, they actually just explained them, but they were encouraging the public to engage with these photographs and give new meanings and new visions into something that is old. In Michigan, they also have the Recollect, Reconnect project, which is what gave us the Worcester pictures. They have been trying to change the descriptions in the library collections, photographs, books, anything that would talk about a time where things were. The nice thing is that while most of the things are racist, we know, but today they really have to be reconsidered in many ways. So to end, basically all I want to say is that history is not static. History always changes because we get new data, but more importantly, even if the data does not change, our points of view change, and that leads not just to contacts, but also to continuities. Thank you and good morning.
Thank you very much, Professor Ambeth. We now have time for questions from the audience. For those in the auditorium, please approach the microphone and state your name before asking your question. For those watching on YouTube, you may also participate and ask questions on the chat box. So we can begin our conversation. We can continue our conversation with Professor Ambeth. Anyone from the audience, both on-site and online?
Maybe it's still very early in the morning. Just to maybe warm you up a bit, so Professor Ocampo has been going back and forth the archives in the United States also. And he showed us a bit of what he found. So I was wondering, in your most recent visit there, was there anything very surprising that you found in the materials that you were able to sort through? Because you've seen so much already. So I was just wondering if there's that surprise element pa rin.
Actually, every visit to a library is like a surprise. Sometimes you go in and you leave empty-handed, but sometimes you find new things. In this last trip, for example, because I was looking at the Worcester picture, so I said, why don't we look him up? And I've always seen him as a bad person, which I think he really was. But in Michigan, there were many things that came out, like he helped fund a archaeological expedition, which is 100 years today, 1922 to 1925. They brought home 25,000 objects, which are just in the bodega and can actually be studied by our archaeologists and anthropologists in order to give us a new view of the past. Unlike much material that we have today, this one's much of it is archaeologically sourced, so they have provenance. But the thing about Worcester was that I found out the Michigan University has 4 different repositories, so everyone goes to the historical one. And one day I decided, why don't I go to the graduate school collection? And there was another set of Worcester material. So I said, how come this is separated from the one in the historical library? So they didn't have an answer. But I said, can we look at it? And in this, I found, now I realize why they hated him so much. He had the dirt on everyone. So there was one whole file, for example, that was an alphabetical listing of all the cases that were filed against members of the Philippine Assembly. So if you look at it, all the cases are there and the case numbers, so you can look them up. And when you look at the names, they're famous people like Lope Santos. No? There was a whole dossier, for example, on Quezon, which of course is raw intelligence information, we would call it today, but it had everything from philandering, who he was seeing. They actually sent Secret Service agents to follow him. There was a suggestion that when they built the railroad, it passed through some of his property. And worse, there was a rape complaint from an underage girl. So when you look at it again, you're surprised by this, and it gives you a different view of people. But you also have to realize, and much later, that's when I realized by going through this archive, there was a whole folder on the Philippine-American War and the Aguinaldo government. And when I was reading this, suddenly it dawned on me that for many years historians have been using the primary sources that were arranged by a certain Captain J.R.M. Taylor. And we use this all the time, and it gives us a very negative view of the past until I was looking at the Worcester papers and I realized that the sources, which sound very anti-Filipino, were actually used so that they could prove that we were incapable of self-government. From the time Aguinaldo had his government, so they used history in order to condition us to accept, the wonderful things that America was bringing in. So when I looked at it, and it comes just by looking at the material, so there is so much more that is there. It is rather unfortunate, for example, that the Quezon papers were microfilmed in the 70s or 60s, and the only usable copy of the Quezon papers is in Michigan. If you open the National Library online website, they have the same papers, but they're almost illegible. 90% cannot even be read. And then when you go to Ann Arbor, everything is very clear. So we're hoping, and they said they're going to digitize, and I've asked for a set for the Ateneo so that we can actually use this in our research and use this primary material. But again, one of the things that I realized by looking at this, after getting shocked by the material that you find, then you start to ask your questions about why were these things kept, how were they organized, what was the purpose of all the material. So as a historian, you also get to try to be very critical of the sources that you get after the eureka moment of finding it sometimes you see again, there is another way of using the material. Yes, please.
My question is, how have long hello, how have long-standing institutions such as Ateneo been affected by the American education system? How have we like conformed or like maybe opposed to such practices like in over the years?
Well, the Ateneo, as you know, was founded by Spanish Jesuits, but eventually it became an American institution. And there's some wonderful material that shows you the change from the Spanish to the American Jesuits. Like one of the things that they argued about was PE, like should the Spanish Jesuits played soccer in their habits, and then the Americans would wear shorts. So things like that were, it shows you, if you look at the material, it shows you how the Ateneo changed as a Spanish institution and became a very American institution. The material is actually on campus, so the university archives has everything on Ateneo, but if you want something deeper, also, if you go further down to Loyola House, the Jesuit archives actually shows us a lot more about the change. We also have the Manila Observatory archives that shows you how the Jesuits were at the forefront of science. As you know, before Pag-asa was founded, our Pag-asa was the Manila Observatory, and they have all the records there. Like there was one Jesuit who did nothing but take pictures of clouds. So there are hundreds and hundreds of pictures of clouds. So when you look at it again, especially for people studying environment, the material that will help us compare our time with the past is all on campus. So it also is important because during the war, a lot of material was destroyed. And so the things that survived are actually in archives here and also usually abroad or in the United States. Yes, thank you. Yes, please.
Hi, sir. Narwin po from GBC Yield. You mentioned that images tell a story, and we have seen that in your presentation. May I ask how about editorial cartoons? How do we use editorial cartoons in history, and how different it is to use editorial cartoons in history than in photographs?
Okay. Editorial cartoons always, well, it gives an opinion, no? And so one really has to see what the newspaper is, what their agenda is, and that helps you to understand more than just looking at the picture. So when you look at the editorial cartoons, let's say from the 50s, it depends. Like you're reading the Chronicle that's owned by the Lopezes, so you will see, especially towards the 1970s, it's very anti-Marcos because they were not at odds. Manila Times is Roses owned. So again, you look at who owns the paper, what the editorial policy is, what interests they protect. So it's more tricky than pictures. And even today, when you look at pictures, pictures give you an image, but what you have to do is to find context. And that's what we have in social media. They give us images with no context, or context that they insert in it. So as educators, it's interesting to use this to teach our students, one, how to be critical and how to look at things in different ways. Thank you. Yes, Greg.
Move that up a bit, I suspect. Well, I'll take it out. Yeah, yeah. Thank you very much, Ambeth. Some of us in the history department here, a group of us, have been looking at the historical data papers for the last couple of years. which were incidentally, of course, mandated by President Quirino because of the destruction of archival evidence during World War II. But I guess it's not so much a question, it's an observation. What really surprises me in the historical data papers, especially when it comes to looking at education, is the enthusiasm in the barrio for education. So rather than being something, I mean, it may have started as being top-down, mandated, but by the time you get to the 30s, even the 20s, 30s, 40s, especially after World War II, I mean, a lot of the schools are not actually being built by the government, they're being built by the people. They're putting it up, they're funding the teachers, they're even paying their salaries sometimes. And the same thing, maybe not quite so much, is with sanitation too, because the schools movement begins to actually also, I mean, education is not just about educating kids, it's about actually self-improvement and sanitation in the communities. So I'm wondering whether there isn't actually, where we're overlooking the actual attitudes of people towards things like education. We're getting, in a sense, we're paying too much attention to the American archives rather than actually what was going on in the local communities. So it's not really a question, it's just an observation for your comment.
Yes, it's when you actually look at it, the you know, that's Constantino who made us rethink the way in which American education came. But when you talk to people and you read the accounts, you actually see a nostalgia for American education, how come people spoke English, education was better. But you cannot, that's the thing, you can't fight against nostalgia. It's a different view of the past. So it's true, we really have to see how the educational system developed into a Philippine educational system. And you're right, you see that in the historical data papers. And maybe you should also, I wish someone would digitize it, because there are earlier things like the Otley Bayer ethnographic papers, which are actually just term papers of his students. So he sent them out, talk about your town, etc. And following that was E. Arsenio Manuel, who had, and I remember going to his house, shelves and shelves of what he called the Pasig papers. And when I opened them, they were term papers of his students all the way down to the 40s, all compiled. Of course, it's material that has to be read and contextualized, but it's the material that was collected at the time, ethnographic material, which is actually lost on us today. And so, like Greg, the nice thing is that we have in the National Library the historical data papers, but there are more. At least the Bayer and Manuel papers should actually be found and digitized, and to help us build a clearer idea of how education developed and how people themselves actually thought of their own education. Yeah, thank you for that comment. Do we have two more?
Hello po, sir. Good morning. Rad Sumagaysay from UP Visayas. What advice would you give to researchers who are unable maybe to access physical archives, especially for those working from the provinces or are unable to visit these archives?
Okay. When I started history 40 years ago, you were not even born yet. A Philippine historian had to go abroad to get the material. But you will be surprised what is available online. During the pandemic, what helped me survive was a strong internet connection, stable internet connection that allowed me to troll through many libraries all around. But unfortunately, as I keep telling my students, there is more to the internet than porn. Although porn can be more engaging, if you actually look it up, many of the major archives have material. I would recommend that depending on what you're researching, the Library of Congress for the US period, the Biblioteca Nacional for the Spanish period, and just to show you what it is like, if you open the University of Santo Tomas Digital Library. It's very slow. It comes out one by one, and there's a huge watermark that covers the images. It says University of Santo Tomas Library. And the books are not exactly rare, no? But they make it difficult. It's something about a Philippine mindset. But when you open the Biblioteca Nacional de España, you will find clearer copies, downloadable, high resolution, for free. No? The US Library of Congress, for example, you can download the Doctrina of 1593, the only copy in the universe made available. There's a thing called Pares, which is the portal of the Spanish archives, and you can troll, like during the pandemic. That's what I looked at, all the Manila maps I got. And what's funny is that if you go to the Archivo de Indias today, they will not even allow you to bring your phone. So you cannot take pictures on the spot. They want you to order. And yet when you open that website, you will find a lot. So I mean, it's not complete. Nothing will actually replace actually going to the repository, but there's enough there to get you started and enough there to keep you working and researching and thinking. So the problem is actually looking for the proper sites. So like the past 2 months, I've been spending sleepless nights. A friend sent me a new link to a site that has Southeast Asian newspapers. Like you cannot even find El Renacimiento there. It's very clear, almost complete, and then it's optical character resolution. So when you're researching, all I had to do was to type Aguinaldo, Calao, and then all the material will come out instead of going one by one as you would. So the internet actually has a lot. And if you are curious and willing to forego TikTok and Netflix for libraries online, you will find a lot wherever you are, even in the Visayas. Yes, please.
Hello, Sir Ambeth. I'm Larry from Rizal Library. My question is, in terms of collection, special collections, if you compare our collections here in the Ateneo, are we far behind?
We're not really far. We actually have things that people do not have. And if it will make you feel nice about it, when the University of Michigan archivists came to visit, they visited many different places last year and this year. And they actually said privately that the way that you're conserving the material is the best that we have seen. But our next step actually is we actually have the material, but what is more important is putting them online, having the finding guides made. Like for the special collections, we only have Pardo that is complete, but we have so many different collections there. And I made a survey for Dr. Vilches, and I'm hoping, when our new Rizal librarian comes in, that I can continue and help them put out first the finding guides. Like, for example, we have the papers of Arturo Rotor, which I knew was there for the longest time, but they couldn't find it until now it's out. But what is important about Rotor, for example, he's always remembered as a doctor who wrote fiction, because he was a great short story writer. But what people do not know was that he was Quezon's personal physician, was with Quezon during the government in exile, and Quezon would talk to him at night. When they would have meetings of the government in exile, Quezon did not want minutes to be taken. But every evening, Rotor would type out what he remembered. So what we actually have here is a view into the Quezon government in exile, which nobody has seen. Of course, it's one view of things, but it is here. And I'm sure there is a lot more in the Rizal Library that just needs to be better known so people would come. I mean, I feel guilty that, when I'm abroad, I go every day to a library. And then when I'm here, I don't even go very often to the Rizal Library. I mean, the Pardo collection, for example, will keep people writing for so many dissertations, but it's actually finding the time. But if things are online, I received an email for someone who wants to use the American historical collection, but the material is not accessible online and you cannot search online. So it gives you things, but it will be designing the portal to make it more user-friendly, to make it easier for us to troll through the material. But we'd like to help you with that.
We have room for one more question.
Hi, I'm Lorenzo. I'm currently working with the archives. My co-author is here. We're working on mostly World War II in the Philippines. And what advice would you have for historians starting out with the archives, especially for the people who have graduated like during the pandemic, who are used to the online repositories? How do they transition to looking at like more physical archives that don't exactly have online repositories?
Okay. I think Greg and many of the historians who are here will tell you that one of the first lessons you have to learn as a historian is how to navigate libraries and librarians, archives and archivists, because they can be, depending on how nice they are to you, you can either find the material or not find the material. You also have to realize that there are certain, and this I find very, very disturbing, is that we all rely on OPAC. When you go to a library and archive, we rely on OPAC, an online public access catalog. But sometimes there are things that are not there. And just to give you an example, I did research in the 90s in the Spanish Foreign Ministry archives. And because I didn't have time, so I would just list in my notebook things that I would come back for later because I was researching something else. I mean, you're researching something and then something else comes out. Don't throw it back, just note it down somewhere. Anyway, so I returned 10 years later to look up the material I did not look at 10 years before. And when I got there, they were so proud. Oh, we have an OPAC now. So you just type it in. So I typed it out. And the archivist said, no existe, doesn't exist. No, it cannot. Try it again. So we tried. So they said, no existe. So I brought out my notebook. How can it not exist? I saw it 10 years ago. So they looked at the thing. Someone went back into the boxes and they found it. So someone either forgot to put it into the OPAC. So if I didn't see it, it would never be found because it's not there. Or there are certain materials that are restricted, and I think that restricted material should always be listed, but there's a notation restricted. But there are certain things that you will never even find in the OPAC. So, for example, in Michigan, because they're nice to me already, there are certain things like, oh, there's some stuff that we have. It's not yet in the OPAC, but we'll let you see it. So the first lesson I think any senior historian will tell you is that you really have to learn how to navigate, not just looking for it, but part of history is also making connections and getting people to help you find the material that you do. But that comes with practice. So searching for the material can be very challenging, especially here in the Philippines. So I mean, one other example. For example, I went to UST many years ago to look for some Rizal material, and the librarians told me to go to the head of the Filipiniana section. I remember her name was Miss Abelio, stern-looking woman. So they brought me to her room. And then I said, she didn't even look at me. She was writing. And then she says, what are you doing research on? I'm doing research on Jose Rizal, so I need some sources from this library. And even without looking at me, she just said, you're doing Rizal? She says, I suggest you look at Ambeth Ocampo's material first. And then I just said, I am Ambeth Ocampo. And then she looked up, oh, it's you. And then so they brought out material. But can you imagine if it wasn't me, you're already turned away. You know? So the thing there is always to be on the good side of the librarians and archivists because they really help you do the research. They're really underappreciated, and so it takes so little to make them happy about. And usually they're happy about people discovering things in their archives. So, it's basically an interpersonal thing. That's the biggest lesson a senior historian will give you. Yes.
Okay. That concludes our lecture for this morning. Let us give our distinguished speaker another round of applause. Thank you very much, Professor. At this juncture, may we invite you for coffee? We can certainly continue our conversation over coffee. Meanwhile, you are also all invited to the first panel of today's conference on the special collections of the Rizal Library that will also take place in this same venue at 11 a.m. Or do we need to adjust that a little? 11 a.m. is fine. Okay, so thank you very much, everyone, and enjoy your coffee. Good morning. Good to see you again.
II, 125 years of Philippine-American encounters, an international conference series hosted by the School of Humanities and the School of Social Sciences of the Ateneo de Manila University. It is September 24, Tuesday. It is 11 o'clock in Manila. We are live streaming on the Ateneo de Manila University YouTube channel. Good morning, everybody. I am Nikki Carci Cruz of the Department of Interdisciplinary Studies of the School of Humanities, and I will be the moderator of this panel. We are currently on the 5th floor of the Rizal Library, which is a very fitting venue because the topic of Panel 7 is on the special collections of the Rizal Library. We have 5 speakers who will each be given 12 minutes to present their papers. After that, the audience online and on-site will have an opportunity to ask questions. For our viewers on YouTube, you may submit your questions via the chat box, and we hope to collate your comments and we will ask them during the Q&A. Let me now introduce our first speaker. Hilario Serviano Balderas Jr., PhD, is a registered librarian who earned his bachelor's degree in civil engineering at the Technological Institute of the Philippines and completed his master's in library science degree at Centro Escolar University, where he was a FAPES scholar. He recently completed his doctorate degree in school leadership and management at St. Dominic Savio College, and he started his career as a reference librarian at the Ateneo Professional Schools in Rockwell, Makati. He transferred to Rizal Library in 2023 as an indexer assigned at the Microform and Digital Resources Center, and currently Larry is the head of the Ateneo Library of Women's Writings. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome him with a big round of applause.
Good morning. Before I start, I would like to say that we are here to introduce our materials in the library, and at the same time to collaborate with you guys to promote our collections in the library. Good morning once again, and my presentation is about Filipino women as pensionados and scholars during American colonial period. Who among you here are pensionados? The one who receive a monthly pensions from the government or private institutions. And maybe some of you, or who among you are already retired, receiving a monthly stipend from long years of work. And pensionados, actually, in the early 1900s, during the American colonial period, is students were chosen by the government to study in abroad for free. Their pensionados wanted to continue their achievements, to become lawyers, doctors, and engineering, etc. Pensionados program initiated in 1903 to 1914. That was the first batch among the 37 members in the group. Most of the students wants to challenge their skills, the knowledge, take the exam, but there are three requirements to be a pensionados: to pass the exam, to have the parents' consent, and at least at age of 16 and above. There's one controversial pensionados that were declined. It was Felisberta Asturias in 1905. She's one of the top notcher in the examination of the group of 37. But when the government found out that Felisberta Asturias is only 12 years old, so she was barred from being a pensionados. From the pensionados, female pensionados, compared to male pensionados, the female pensionados were dominated by male pensionados. From a group of 37, only few female. I think there are only 2 or 3. First, we have Encarnacion Alzona, Honoria Acosta Sison, Olivia Salamanca, Paz Marquez Benitez, and Angela Manalang. Encarnacion Alzona was the first Filipino to obtain a PhD degree. In the screen, you can see her passport issued by the United States of America on March 7, 1927. The passport features a stamp of where she has traveled as part of her studies, and she's translated many works and correspondence of Dr. Rizal. The story of Encarnacion Alzona, who started March in 1985, she was born in Biñan, Laguna. At age 106, he was died. He was an historian, educator, and suffragist. He fought for the women's freedom to vote. He is also an author of the Education of Women. In 1920, she finished her master's degree from Radcliffe College, Harvard University. And in 1922, a PhD from Columbia University. And in 1923, he came back he returned to UP to teach under History Department. And in 1985, she was conferred as National Scientist of the Philippines. You can see the diploma of Encarnacion Alzona. It was in 1922, a Doctor of Philosophy, and the book, Education of Women, by Encarnacion Alzona as well, published by University of the Philippines in 1939. Next pensionados is Olivia Salamanca. She obtained Doctor of Medicine and the second Filipino woman to hold a high distinction, but died because of tuberculosis at the age of 24. Dr. Olivia Salamanca, one of the 37 Filipino students who were appointed by the government to study in 1905. You can see the diary of Dr. Salamanca when he stated there that how pain and difficult of breathing when it comes to coughing. And then he felt embarrassed in terms of having meeting with other doctors and some guests. Dr. Olivia Salamanca, born in July 1, 1889 in Cavite. At age 24, she died. In 1905, the government selected to study overseas in the United States as pensionados. In 1910, graduated at Women's Medical College of Pennsylvania. And at age 20, she is the second female physician from the Philippines. And after that, in 2010, she She returned to the Philippines as a charter member of the first secretary of the Philippine Anti-Tuberculosis Society. She was diagnosed with tuberculosis while assigned to work at a hospital in Baguio. The first person to receive tuberculin as a treatment for tuberculosis and hospitalized after a year at PGH. After that, a year after, he died at age 24 from tuberculosis. Our next pensionados is Honoria Costa Season. She's the first Filipino woman to obtain a doctorate of medicine. Her husband, Antonio Season, was also a doctor and head of the PGH. He's also one of the pensionados. Dr. Honoria Acosta Season, born December 30, 1888 in Glasio, Pangasinan, and at age 81, she died on January 1970. The first Filipino woman to become a medical doctor. And in 1909, she finishes her women's medical college studies of medicine at Women's Medical College of Pennsylvania, and at PGH as assistant in obstetrics. In 1914, he returned to UP as a faculty member. And in 1940, head of the Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology. He researched on trophoblastic and preeclampsia in pregnancy. Eclampsia in pregnancy. In 1955, she received a Presidential Medal of Medical Research. And after 4 years, she received a gold medal from the Women's Medical College of Pennsylvania. In the same year, she awarded the most outstanding women physician from the Philippine Women's Medical Association. And in 1978, the government gave her a commemorative stamp with her name on it. Next, we have Paz Marquez Benitez. He is the author of a short story entitled Dead Stars. Paz Marquez Benitez belonged to the first generation of Filipinos trained in the American educational system, and English is used as a medium of instruction. She is credited as the first Filipino short story writer, and she's the matriarch or the mother of all short story. She wrote The Dead Stars. The first published was in the Philippines Herald on September 20, 1925, as being called a model of perfection in character delineation, local color, plot, and message. It is about love and empathy, or it is about a slowly decay of Philippine heritage. Paz Marquez Benitez was a writer, educator, and editor. Graduated from UP Manila in 1916 as a founder of Philippine Educational Magazine, and in 1919 founded the Women's Home Journal. 1925, a writer of the short story, the popular Dead Stars. And in 1951, retired as writer and teacher. In 1933, a photograph of Paz Marquez Benitez accompanied an article entitled The Real Paz Marquez Benitez, were published from the Philippine Free Press October 14. You can see the picture of Paz Marquez Benitez, published by Philippine Free Press with her family. One more one. Last but not least, Angela Manalang Gloria, the author who wrote The Popular Revolt from Hymen, The poem Revolt from Hymen was a controversial piece which reportedly made the all-time judging at the Commonwealth Literary Contest. It raged with anger at the experience of marital rape. The poem pronounced the word or about being strong. It is about a woman who is imprisoned by her own body. You can see the original copy of Revolt from Hymen. We have also the original copy at the library, which is the American Library, Ateneo Library of Women's Writings. And before I end, I would like to invite everyone to visit the Ateneo Library of Women's Writing. We are open from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. during weekdays and 8 a.m. to 12 noon during Saturday. And these are links for the finding guides. Thank you and good morning again.
Thank you very much. It did not escape me that it was a man presenting on the women writers of the Ateneo Library of Women's Writings, but this panel has a very good gender balance, alternatingly male, female, male, female. So before I call the next speaker in this panel, I'd just like to say that the photos that were shown in his presentation, you can see the originals in the Ateneo Library of Women's Writings. You see a lot of these stories and poems published and anthologized in different books. You can see them online. But when you're in the library and you have in front of you the handwriting, there is something about it that really brings goosebumps because you feel the connection is more direct to the people who wrote those notes. So I find that place a very magical place whenever I go there to visit. So please do visit the Ateneo Library of Women's Writings. I'd like to acknowledge the former and present executive directors of Aliu here. Yay, Kirsten Santos is the current, and Isa over there at the back, Nazareno, preceded her. Okay, thank you very much, Larry. I'll now introduce our next speaker, Bernadette Mariano Garilao. She is a registered librarian with over 25 years of experience at the Rizal Library. She earned her Bachelor of Secondary Education, major in Library Science at the University of Santo Tomas in 1999, and she completed her Master's in Library and Information Science at the University of the Philippines, Diliman in 2005. Throughout her career, she has gained valuable experience working in various sections of the library, including the Circulation and Reserve section, Reference and Foreign Periodical section, Indexing Pool section. Nag-tour of duty talaga siya all around. She currently serves as the head of the Filipiniana and Indexing Pool section, where she began her career as an indexer. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Ms. Bernadette Garilao.
Good morning, everyone. I am Bernadette Garilao. I'm the librarian assigned at the Filipiniana and Indexing Pool section of the Rizal Library. I'm thrilled to be here today to present to you this very short paper titled Snapshots of the Past, Exploring Philippine Literature During the American Period through the Rizal Library's Filipiniana collection. But before we go into that, let me share something with you. Sir, can we go back? So, has anyone seen this maybe a month ago? Do you remember where? This is actually our entry for the Rizal Library's Buwan ng Wika celebration, where we were tasked with showcasing Philippine folklore and mythology. For this, we chose to feature the tikbalang, a creature from Philippine folklore believed to roam the mountains and forests of the Philippines. There's a well-known saying that if rain falls from a clear sky, it means may kinakasal na tikbalang, or tikbalang is getting married. You can explore more fascinating details like this in our Filipiniana section's collection. So if you're interested in Philippine folklore, mythology, or anything connected to the rich history and culture of the Philippines, the Filipiniana section is definitely the place to be. Before we proceed, let me first explain what Filipiniana means in the library context, as some of you may not be familiar with the term. According to Dr. Isagani Medina, a famous historian and librarian in our field, Filipiniana refers to books and non-book materials about the Philippines, regardless of whether they are produced inside or outside the country, by Filipinos or non-Filipinos, and whether they are written in Philippine languages, dialects, or foreign languages. So in essence, Filipiniana covers a wide range of subjects. However, at the Rizal Library, we've decided to narrow our focus to key areas such as social sciences, Philippine languages, literature, history, philosophy, and religion to make the collection more specialized and relevant to our community. So since its establishment in 1959, the collection has expanded to nearly 43,000 volumes of books, periodicals, both old and modern ephemera, and over 3,000 theses and dissertations from Ateneo de Manila's graduate students. A key highlight of our collection is the specialized resources dedicated to Ateneo's most distinguished alumnus and our national hero, Dr. Rizal. Today, I will highlight key works from prominent authors of the American colonial period who not only played a crucial role in shaping Philippine literary history, but also have an extensive materials available in our collection. All the materials I will be presenting are part of our collection and readily accessible for you to explore. The images you'll see are title pages of these works, proudly housed in our section. Soyla Galang. Galang began his writing career as a Kapampangan novelist, but was also one of the earliest writers in English. He was instrumental in producing a series of groundbreaking works, including the first English novel, The Child of History of Sorrow, the first book of short stories, Tales of the Philippines, and the first essay collection, Life and Sorrow. Beyond fiction, Galang created important historical and cultural materials, like the Encyclopedia of the Philippines and Leader of the Philippines, showcasing his dedication to educating future generations about Philippine culture and history. N.V.M. Gonzalez, or Nestor Vicente Madali Gonzalez, unlike many writers, N.V.M. Gonzalez didn't follow the typical literary path. His breakthrough came when one of his essays won a contest, opening many doors for him. Remarkably, he was invited to teach English and short story writing at the University of the Philippines without a formal degree. So I read in the encyclopedia that he was not able to pass the entrance exam at UP. So, but he was invited to teach, becoming only one of 2 faculty members accepted there without traditional qualifications. His literary success eventually took him to universities abroad. Some of his notable works include The Winds of April, for which he received a special award in the 1940 Commonwealth Literary Contest. 8 of his stories were featured in Jose Garcia Villa's Honor Roll, and he was awarded the Don Carlos Palanca Memorial Awards for Literature. In 1997, he was named as National Artist for Literature. Through his writing, Gonzalez skillfully utilized the English language to express and shape Philippine culture, leaving a lasting mark on the Philippine landscape. Carlos Bulosan is renowned for chronicling the Filipino-American experience, particularly from the 1930s to the early 50s, often reflecting on his impoverished upbringing in rural Philippines. His magnum opus, America is in the Heart, is a semi-autobiographical novel that powerfully depicts the Filipino migrant experience in America during that era. Another notable work, The Laughter of My Father, was translated into several European languages and broadcast globally. But despite establishing Bulosan as a celebrated Filipino-American writer, he was largely overlooked by his fellow Filipinos during his lifetime. His work gained renewed interest after the University of Washington republished America is in the Heart in 1972, coinciding with the political upheaval of the first quarter storm in the Philippines. Today, Bulosan is a central figure in Filipino-American history, with his words and image featured in murals and exhibits throughout Seattle's International District. Amado V. Hernandez, also known as Amante Hernani, Herminia de la Riva, Julio Abril. One of the notable collections in the Filipiniana section features books from the personal library of Amado V. Hernandez, a labor leader and national artist for literature. Hernandez began his career as a journalist and editor for various pre-World War II Tagalog newspapers. He later served as a Manila consular, championing ordinances that promoted workers' rights. Hernandez authored a diverse range of literary works, with notable titles like Ibong Mandaragit and Luha ng Buwaya, which were inspired by his experiences as a guerrilla fighter, labor leader, and political detainee. His contributions to literature earned him numerous awards, culminating in his proclamation as National Artist in 1973 for his significant impact on Tagalog prose. His legacy continues to shape Filipino literature, and we are proud to house his works and collection in the Filipiniana section. Lopica Santos, also known as Verdugo. Santos had a multifaceted career, beginning as a teacher and a writer for nationalist newspapers before moving into politics, where he served as a governor and senator. As a senator, he authored the law establishing Andres Bonifacio Day and sponsored several bills to improve workers' conditions. He was also the director of the Institute of National Language from 1941 to 1944, where his significant work, Balarila ng Wikang Pambansa, became the official textbook for teaching the national language. As a literary leader, he held key positions in various organizations. Santos was a prolific poet and a groundbreaking novelist. His masterpiece, Banaag at Sikat, written at the age of 23, introduced socialist ideas to Philippine literature. As a critic and scholar, Santos is credited with establishing the code of writing poetry that critic Virgilio S. Almario called Balagtasismo. Throughout his career, Santos received numerous awards and recognitions from various organizations for his contributions to literature and culture. Severino Reyes, also known as Lola Basyang. Reyes holds a significant place in Philippine literary history as the first editor of Liwayway in 1923. He also served as president of Aklatang Bayan and was honorary member of the influential Writers Association, Ilaw at Panitik. His writing career began with plays in 1902, culminating in his masterpiece Walang Sugat, set during the Philippine Revolution, which heralded the golden age of the zarzuela in the Philippines. In addition to Walang Sugat, his notable works include Ang Dulang Tagalog and Ang Puso ng Isang Pilipina. Reyes gained particular fame for his Lola Basyang stories, which retold foreign folk tales and were later compiled into Mga Kwento ni Lola Basyang, a beloved staple of Filipino storytelling. His pioneering efforts in establishing the Tagalog zarzuela earned him the title the Father of the Tagalog Zarzuela, highlighting his enduring impact on Philippine theater and literature. In conclusion, while I've highlighted some key writers from the American colonial period, there are many more I didn't have the chance to cover, as my goal was to provide you with a general overview of our collection. Whether Filipino writers embraced or resisted the influence of the Americans, one undeniable fact is that Philippine literature in both English and Filipino flourished during that time. So if you're interested in the materials I've discussed, I invite you to visit us, the Filipiniana Indexing Pool section, on the second floor of the Special Collections building. You'll find a rich array of resources spanning various centuries and topics related to the Philippines. So that's all. Thank you and enjoy the rest of the presentation.
Thank you very much. The photo that she shared at the start of her presentation reminds me that visiting the library in Ateneo is a very Filipino experience. It's like a tour because our librarians are very artistic in their ways of decorating the different sections. So now I'm going to thank you very much for keeping in time. I didn't even get a chance to say time's up. So there are 5 presenters today. So I'll now call the next speaker. Our next speaker is Rosalyn Santos Diño. In her 15-year tenure at the Ateneo de Manila, she has supervised various sections within the Special Collections cluster of the Rizal Library, including the American Historical Collection, the Ateneo Library of Women's Writings, and the Microform and Digital Resources Center. Her expertise extends to academic libraries, as she spent over a decade at the Angeles University Foundation, holding positions such as head of the reference section, the high school library, and computer and multimedia services. She currently serves as the head of the Pardo de Tavera Library and Special Collections at the Rizal Library. Her educational background includes a BSc in Library Science from the University of Santo Tomas in 1997, a Master of Library and Information Science from the University of the Philippines, Diliman in 2006, where she was a FAPE scholar as well. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Ms. Rosalyn Diño.
Thank you for the warm introduction, ma'am, and good day, everyone. Today, I'll be talking about Colonial Chronicles, the American experience in the Philippines through Pardo de Tavera's special collections. But before we continue, can I see a raise of hands from those who have been to the Pardo de Tavera Library and Special Collections? Anyone? Okay, that's good to know that there are a lot of you who have been there already. But for those who haven't seen or been to the section yet, I hope that this presentation will encourage you to visit and explore the invaluable resources that we preserve. Again, I am Rosalyn Diño, the Pardo de Tavera Collections Head, and as a librarian and not a historian, my focus today is to highlight the significance of our collections relating to the American colonial period. Okay. The Pardo de Tavera Library and Special Collections, which is located on the 3rd floor of the Special Collections building of the Rizal Library, boasts of an extensive collection of rare photographs, published and unpublished materials, and other documents significant in the study of and encounter with Philippine history. The section was established in 1995 when Nita Pardo de Tavera donated to the Ateneo the substantial collection of rare materials owned by her late grandfather, Trinidad Pardo de Tavera. Other special collections previously housed in the Filipiniana section were moved to the Pardo de Tavera room as well, and the section continued to expand in succeeding decades. To date, the section is a repository of a continuously growing assemblage of special collections from more than 30 prominent donors in Philippine history, consisting of more than 13,000 books, more than 600,000 photographs, including the Manila Times Photo Morgue, which was originally owned by the Mr. and Miss Publishing Company and was donated to the Rizal Library by the late English and Communications Professor Doreen Fernandez, and other materials, including a complete set of the first publications of Rizal's major works, which include the No Limitangere, the Sucesos de las Islas Filipinas, and the El Filibusterismo. Thus, one of the most fascinating aspects of the section is the wealth of materials relating to the American period in the Philippines. Thus, in the interest of time, I will only be presenting materials from 5 significant personalities or figures in the collections. To start with, we have Trinidad Hermenegildo Pardo de Tavera, who is central to the identity of the Pardo de Tavera Library and Special Collections. He was a Filipino physician, historian, and advocate for reform during the Spanish and American periods. His work in documenting Philippine history, particularly pre-colonial traditions, and the transition from Spanish to American rule remains a cornerstone of our understanding of that era. His personal collection reflects his wide-ranging interests from Philippine linguistics to early governance, and some of his works include a certificate issued by the U.S. Civil Governor when he was appointed as member of the Honorary Board of Commissions to visit the Louisiana Purchase Exposition in 1903. Then we have the Reseña Histórica de Filipinas, which was published in 1906. Then we have the El Carácter de Rizal, published in 1918. And lastly, a copy of a certificate issued by the U.S. Governor General of the Philippine Islands when Trinidad Pardo de Tavera was designated as director of the Philippine Library and Museum in 1923, which is now known as the National Library of the Philippines. Among the notable collections we house also in the section are papers of Domingo Abella, former director of the National Archives. He was instrumental in preserving the nation's documentary heritage, and his work serves as a reminder of how crucial it is to protect historical records. Some of the materials in his collection are a speech of Honorable Pablo Ocampo de Leon, resident commissioner from the Philippine Islands, a report of the 19th annual meeting of the Anti-Imperialist League in December 1917, and lastly, a yearbook of the Philippine Academy and the University Extension Institute of the Philippines, dated 1914 to 1915. We also take pride in housing the works of Jose Garcia Villa, a national artist in literature whose innovative poetry brought Filipino literature to the global stage. Known for his modernist techniques and comma poems, Villa's works highlight the cultural dialogue between Filipino and American literary traditions. Among his valuable collection, we have his original typewriter, which was donated by the literary estate of Jose Garcia Villa. Then we also have a copy of the book Footnote to the Youth, which was published in 1933, which was the first collection of short stories by a Filipino author to be published in the United States. Then we also have an entitled self-portrait of him drawn in 1935. What is less known is that he was also a visual artist. He considered painting as his first love and actively painted and drew in the 1920s and 1930s. And lastly, we have a copy of the book Poems, which was published under his pseudonym Doveglion, which is a combination of dove, eagle, and lion. Next is Pedro Paterno, another key figure in the special collections who played a controversial yet important role in Philippine political history. Known for negotiating the Pact of Biak na Bato, Paterno was also a prolific writer and cultural advocate. His collection includes rare historical novels and political writings that provide insight into shaping of Filipino identity during the colonial era. Included in the collection are the following: a cover of the Harper's Weekly depicting U.S. expansionism into the Philippines as symbolized by Uncle Sam riding a carabao. Then we have a petition for Filipinos to write their own constitution, signed by Pedro Paterno and his companions, which was written in Spanish. Then we also have the front page of La Patria, an afternoon journal dated December 1902. And lastly, we also have a collection of about 3 albums of currencies. This one is the Emergency Currency of the Philippines series of 1942. Last on the list is Hermenegildo Cruz, who was a significant figure in the Philippine labor movement, advocating for workers' rights during the American colonial period. His papers, preserved in our collection, document the development of labor unions and the early fight for social justice in the Philippines. Part of the collection are a directory of the officers and employees of the Bureau of Labor in 1921, the Constitution of the Philippines, which was adopted by the Philippine Constitutional Convention, and a document regarding the ika-72 kapulungan ng Estados Unidos sa kanyang ikalawang panahon ng pagpupulong. I would also like to stress that as custodians of these invaluable resources, we face ongoing challenges: environmental factors, technological changes, and the natural aging of materials. But through the preservation efforts and digital initiatives of the Rizal Library, we strive to keep these resources in excellent condition. The Pardo de Tavera Library and special collections thrive through collaboration. Thus, the Pardo de Tavera team invites students, faculty, administrators, stakeholders, and even researchers of the Ateneo to explore these collections and contribute to ongoing research and help us in our mission to preserve these valuable resources, whether through research projects, publications, or even simple visits to the library. We believe that these materials will inspire and engage the Ateneo community in meaningful ways. With that, I thank you, and I invite you all to visit the Pardo de Tavera Library and Special Collections to see these treasures firsthand. Also, feel free to contact us for any questions you may have about the collections. Again, thank you.
I got so excited to call her, I skipped one speaker, so I apologize. But you know, the Pardo de Tavera room, I remember before there was a steel drum that was there. And when you ask the story, why is there a steel drum? It's a drum about this high, it's an airtight container. It's because when World War II happened, documents, precious books, were put on the ground so that, you know, they could be protected as Manila was being bombed. And then when they were unearthed later and donated here, they came in the drums. And so they were kept, and you can see them like an ongoing exhibit, like a decoration that's part of the history. So what they have, what we have access to is really something precious. In a country that was ravaged by war and typhoons and all that, somebody had the foresight to take care of these things for us to use. So it's always an invitation to make use of what we have, to honor the people who saved it for us. And speaking of war, Our next speaker is from an important collection. Our third speaker is coming from the American Historical Collection. Russel Narvasa Castro has been a registered librarian since 2013. She graduated cum laude with a bachelor's degree in Library and Information Science from the Polytechnic University of the Philippines. She also completed her master's degree in Library and Information Science at the same school. She started her career as head librarian at a college in Quezon City before transferring to Rizal Library, where she worked as a reference librarian for 3 years. Currently, she serves as the section head of the American Historical Collection. Let us all give a warm welcome to Russel Narvasa Castro.
Hello, good morning. So it's near 12 o'clock. I hope you still have energy and battery to listen to the next presentations. Good morning. My presentation today, we will cover the structures or institutions set up during the American occupation in the Philippines, as described in the resources found in the American Historical Collection. So a lot of structures and institutions were built during this period. However, due to limited time, I will only be able to discuss 3 items, which are the education, infrastructure, and trade. So to start, have you been to Baguio? Yes. So I was there. My first and last visit there was in 2022. So, but have you seen Baguio in 1925? Of course. Yeah. So this is a panoramic view of Burnham Park in 1925. So this is not actually a one-shot panoramic, one panoramic shot, but this is a series of photographs that are shot, consequently, so they can form a panoramic view of the Burnham Park during that time. So, Baguio was just one of the places developed during the American colonial period in the Philippines. And these photos are just a piece of treasure that you can find in the American Historical Collection. The AHC was established in 1950, which primarily aims to maintain a unique and rich repository of historical information and objects about the American experience here in the Philippines, as well as the relationship of the 2 countries, the America and the Philippines. The influence on our education system might be the first thing you can think about when we talk about the American occupation here in the Philippines. So the Thomasites, the first American teachers, came to the Philippines in 1901. A lot of information about their travel to the Philippines through the USS Thomas can be found in the Log of Thomas. There are notes about the experience and the trip, and a directory of the passengers of Thomas along with their teaching credentials. One interesting note on that book said that 10 of the teachers on board the Thomas liked the Philippines well enough to return after having spent a year or more in the islands. The Tales of the American Teachers in the Philippines is a collection of anecdotes on the early American teachers jointly written by Filipino and American contributors. So even in this work, the Philippine and American cooperative spirit is reflected. In this book, Geronimo Pexon wrote, "Some returned," referring to the Thomasites, "some returned to their homeland without the fanfare commonly accorded war heroes. But then, they were only soldiers of peace finishing an unglamorous job of teaching people to read and write. Many were left behind in humble graves in the land they had served so well." So there are many schools built during this period. The University of the Philippines was established in 1908 to provide the capstone and support of the system of public education. It also aims to promote English as the primary medium of communication. In 1903, In 1903, the first batch of pensionados, consisting of Filipino and American, totaling to 100, were selected and left for the US in the same year. Now let's move on to the infrastructures built during the American colonial period. Americans instinctively felt that the improved transportation was the prerequisite for economic development. Governor General William Cameron Forbes focused on road building, which he believes would directly promote development. So the Bureau of Public Works quarterly bulletin documents all their works to inform their bureau, their employees, and the public. Forbes encouraged his friend Daniel Burnham, an American architect and city planner, to build a model city in Benguet. Soon after, he also created the plan for Manila. He also created the plan for Manila. Burnham also wrote reports for his urban planning projects. For instance, this one, the report on proposed improvements at Manila, which was published in 1905. The Meralco was one of the first railway operators in the Philippines. Meralco provided the first modern mass public transportation system with electric streetcars called the Tranvia. So it was one of the trivia or new information I got from this presentation. I thought that the Meralco was just for the electricity and all. So the last part would be the trade. Governor General Forbes summarized the Port of Manila's disadvantages and turned the situation around. The ports became a place where goods and people meet. Manila had acquired the reputation of the best port in the East during that time. The Port of Manila and other Philippine ports is a set of yearbooks devoted to foreign commerce and shipping of Manila and the Philippines. It was first published in 1924. Manila Carnival is an annual festival held during the early American period up to the onset of the Second World War. The first carnival opened on February 27 to March 3, 1908. The Philippine Carnival Association was organized in 1907. They clearly saw the great weakness of the Orient, and particularly the Philippine Islands, was first, the lack of friendly association among the different people, and second, the spirit of conservatism and indifference to the world's activities. The Carnival's principal objective was also economic development. The American's Manila was created by artist Da Vinci La Rosa. There are 3 in the series. The first one was published in 1912. This one that we have is the 1938. And lastly would be the 1964. So these illustrations depict the growth of the American community business in Manila through the years. Trade schools provided vocational training and equipped Filipinos with essential skills, contributing to the growth of local industries and economy. So to conclude, let me share this statement with you from Andrew Gonzalez. It is important not only to examine the legacy itself, but likewise to see the heirs of that legacy did what with their inheritance. So most of these structures or institutions still exist today. These were eventually transferred to the Filipinos. Some of them were built to prepare the Filipinos for independent governance. So the Americans left an indelible mark to Filipinos. The Philippines and America, through these legacies, will continue to share histories and lives. So all of the materials presented in this presentation are available in the American Historical Collection, and we have more than that. So you can visit us in the Special Collections Building. Thank you very much.
For those who have burning questions, just one last speaker to go and we can go to the Q&A. Hinay-hinay lang po sa pila mamaya sa questions. Our librarians are preparing. Okay, so our final speaker is Tommy Mendoza de la Cruz. He is the head of the Microform and Digital Resources Center. He's a registered librarian, and he is also the officer in charge of photo duplication services. He has 27 years of experience at the Rizal Library, and he has been instrumental in preserving and managing the library's rare and special collections. Tommy earned his bachelor's degree in library and information science from the Polytechnic University of the Philippines in 1997, and he completed his master's in the same field at the University of the Philippines in 2018. His focus is on digital preservation and the management of both microfilm and digital collections, ensuring that valuable archival materials are converted into digital formats for future access. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome our final speaker for this panel, Mr. Tommy Mendoza de la Cruz.
Share ko lang. Wait. Certified. Nasa desktop. Yung presentation. Nandito. Sa desktop. Hinahanap kayo na. Nakalagin pa kayo sa Zoom. Good morning, everyone. Afternoon na po yata. Good afternoon na po. Thank you, ma'am, for the introduction. Again, I'm Tommy de la Cruz, librarian from the Microforms and Digital Resources Center. My presentation is titled Headlines Under the Stars and Stripes, Philippine Newspapers During the American Colonial Era. I will talk about how newspapers played an important role in shaping opinions and documenting events during the American colonial period in the Philippines. Before we start, I would like to give you a brief overview of the materials that we have in the MDRC. Basically, we have newspapers on microfilms. We have this, these are back issues of local newspapers dated as early as 1700s, including journals, magazines. They are available both in microfilm and digital format. Previously, only materials from the year 2000 and onward were digitized, while those from 1999 and earlier were available only on microfilms. So we have decided to digitize them for easier access, especially during the pandemic and for online access. We have faculty researchers from History Department, like Sir Diego. Andiyan po ba si Sir Diego? Si Sir AC, hi Sir AC, si Ma'am Kate, and syempre si Sir Roy Mendoza, ang aming suki ng Rizal Library. Simula't simula po. We can easily tell when someone from the history department is making a request because they often ask for materials from the 1700s, 1800s, titles like El Comercio, Gaceta de Manila. Well, thank you for using our collection. We are happy to help. Going back to the MDRC, we also have theses and dissertations from Ateneo and universities and other universities in the Philippines, and we preserve them in microfiche. We have newspapers in DVD. These are newspapers from 2000 and up to the present. There is a particular in-house database to run this DVD. So these are for roomies only, no? We also have digital copies of Filipino comics, and we are preserving the print copies as well. The image on the right is a microfilm viewer. It is used to browse the contents of the newspapers on microfilm. Next. So why microfilm and digital formats? The Rizal Library started microfilming in the late 60s to preserve its newspaper collection, but later on, we also included the rare books for preservation purposes. Over time, we have expanded our preservation methods. Now we are moving from microfilming to fully digital conversion. This change improves one, access. Number two, makes preservation easier. And three, it helps us manage our materials more efficiently. Today, I will be sharing some of the newspapers during the American period. I've selected 5 titles. The Manila Times, the Daily Bulletin, Philippines Free Press, The Vanguardia, and Bagong Lipang Kalabaw. Let's start with the Manila Times. Manila Times circulated around 1898 and up to the present. It is one of the oldest and most important newspapers in the Philippines during the American period. It was founded on October 11, 1898 by British journalist Thomas Gowan, or one of the founders. The newspaper was instrumental in sharing information about the colonial government's policies. The Rizal Library has the copies of the following dates from 1899 to 1950, 1954 to 1972. It stopped publishing in 1972 due to martial law and resumed in 1986 and up to this day. During martial law, we have the Mosquito Press naman, yung We Forum, Malaya, Veritas. Okay. Next is the Philippines Free Press. It was published around 1908 to 2020s. Founded in 1908 by American journalist McCullough Dick. At first, it had sections in both English and Spanish, but later switched entirely in English. During the American period, this magazine strongly supported Philippine independence, providing nationalists with the platform to share their views. Then we have the Daily Bulletin. It has been in operation since 1900 and up to now. Was one of the oldest and most widely circulated newspapers in the Philippines. It was founded in 1900 by a group of American journalists. It focused mainly on the interests of American merchant marine industry and the American Chamber of Commerce. The next one is the Bagong Lipang Kalabaw. It was in circulation from around 1907 to 1925. It is a satirical magazine that used humor and caricature to critic political figures and colonial policies. It was founded in 1907 by Lope Santos, a well-known Filipino writer and nationalist. They used Carabao or Calabao because it represents resilience and hard work, symbolizing the common people in Filipino culture. The last one is the La Vanguardia. It was active from 1910 to 1942, founded in 1910 by Don Martin Ocampo, who also helped start other notable newspapers like the El Renacimiento. But unfortunately, we don't have copies of the El Renacimiento in the library. No? This newspaper was the La Vanguardia played a significant role in shaping public opinion and covering key events during the early 20th century, such as the rise of Philippine nationalism, social issues, and the political landscape during the American rule. So, how do we search for these materials in the Rizal Library Special Collections? No? First, you can visit the Special Collections building. We are located on the ground floor. We are open from 7:30 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday to Friday, and from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. on Saturdays. Next, second, you can always use the Rizal Library's online public access catalog, either remotely or on-site, to find the resources you need. And you can also use the MDRC database. No? This is an online database. It is a comprehensive index to newspaper articles. We're still editing some entries, but it already contains over 1.5 million articles. It is similar to SIPA, if you're familiar with. The computer's index to Philippine periodical articles of the Filipiniana section. But the difference is the coverage years. Though. SIPA's coverage is from 1988 to the present, while this MDRC database is covers 1987 and earlier. This database was created during the pandemic by the Rizal Library staff. They encoded the newspaper articles during their work-from-home setup. I posted the link at the bottom. You want to access it. Again, these are just some of the materials that we have in these special collections. We have many more inside that old building, old collection, puro old pero except for the librarians. We invite you to come and visit us and explore our extensive collection. See you po. Salamat po.
Thank you very much to all the librarians for keeping within time. Nobody went over time, which means we have room for questions. So you may approach the microphone. Anybody who has questions, our librarians are going to be in front. May I invite all our presenters? Okay, who has questions, please come up to the microphone. Please go ahead, yes.
Them to set up?
No, it's okay. Maybe we can collect some questions. You can already share. Or do you have a target person?
It's a general question.
General, okay, sige. And then others who have questions, please feel free. No? Maybe we can cluster the questions together. Please start, yeah.
All right. My question is a very general, easy question, which is why and how do you become a librarian?
Oh, that kind of question. Yeah.
I'm interested.
Yes. Okay, so pounce on this very friendly question. Are there other questions of a friendly nature that want to add to this? Yes, friendly, yeah.
Hi, Sir Tommy. I was supposed to ask this later, pero sa tanongin ko na rin ngayon kasi I have a friend who has to do research sa inyo, and she's asking, do you have like tabloids like Tempo from 1980s to 90s and Manila Bulletin? Because we were talking about Manila Bulletin before. Was it already digitized? So because she's also looking at 82 to 92.
Okay.
1982 to 1992.
Ay, gusto niyo na sagutin. Sige. Okay, excited. Sorry. Sige, go ahead, go ahead. Yeah, you have already answered. Sure, go ahead.
Ma'am, yung Tempo, we don't have Tempo in the collection eh. Pero yung Manila Bulletin, we have from 1900 to 1946. Pero digital files na, digital copy na.
Sir, how about yung 1982 to 1992?
82 to, yes, yeah.
We have it.
Yes,
So parang she can just go and visit.
Yes.
Is it microfilm or digitized?
We have both microfilm and digital.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. You're preparing your Miss Universe answer to the question, why did they choose to become a librarian? How did they choose to become a librarian? How did you become a librarian? Oh, ready na? Yes, please.
Yes, good morning. My aunt was a former librarian. When I was little, she would bring me to her office at the Philippine Institute of Volcanology and Seismology at the Banawe area. So I would roam around her office, the carpeted and air-conditioned office. So I said to myself, I want to become a librarian like her. So yeah, the rest is history.
Hello. As for me, library science is not my first choice. Actually, I wanted a degree in maybe interior design or business course. But then it led me to UST, and I ended up taking Bachelor of Science in Secondary Education, wherein library science was a major then. But then, when I was already in the course, I think I learned to love it. And looking back, when I was younger, I was also a member of the Book Lovers Club in elementary. So I think I ended up here, and I really am enjoying it so far. Thank you.
Sir, yes.
Hello. So, my story was, it is just God's will. Actually, I am a student of a public school. From a state university, PUP, in Manila. So, there was a technical error in the enrollment system. Then, I went to library science. So, kasi hindi naman kami, we can't afford to go to private university or college. So, pinili ko. Yun na, kasi I have no choice. But then, I discovered that this is a very noble profession.
Ako naman po, I'm an accounting major before, first year accountancy ako sa PUP, the Polytechnic University of the Philippines. Ang nangyari kasi, varsity ako, kaya 3 p.m., lahat ng subjects ko ng 3 p.m., hindi ko na napasukan na kaya nagkabagsak-bagsak ako sa accounting. Kaya nag-shift ako ng library science. Yun, okay naman.
Hello, I'm Larry. I started as staff before the Ateneo Law Library in Makati. I was encouraged by my colleagues, my staff, and some of the students who were taking up law. Then I decided to take the MA, the master's degree. And unfortunately, I was chosen one of the FAPI Scholar. As you well know, the Fund for Assistance to Private Education, until I enrolled in Central Escolar University as librarian, and then I started as librarian.
Okay, so if it was a telenovela, iba-iba yung narratives, no? Childhood love, first love, na-develop, na-aksidente, walang ibang choice, or nabuyo. Okay, sorry, not in English. I'm sorry, Greg. Okay, anybody who has, we're finished with the easy round. Now let's go to the medium level category of questions. Anybody? Any questions for our librarians, maybe about their collections? Any questions? O, pwede yung difficult round na, historians? Sorry. Any questions so far? Sige, I'll come up with not so easy. Yan, go ahead. Please come to the microphone. Naku, hala. Naku, Ma'am Lian Haban.
Hello, Okay, so thank you again, librarians, for this kasi bilang isang suki ng special collections, I'm really happy to see that more people will know about it. So my question for all of you is, what part of your collection is hidden but you think should be more known to all?
Wow, okay.
Or not really used and should still be used, you think?
So what part of your collection is hidden that should be more shown to all or could be put more to use? So who wants to start? Yes, please go ahead, Sir Larry.
I think from the Aliw Library is the diary of Dr. Salamanca. It was in exhibit right now. Kasi from the start, we always use the materials from De la Manalang Doria and the Dead Stars and the boat from Hymen. I think you should try to read some of the notes of Dr. Salamanca.
Okay, thank you. Who's next?
For the Pardo de Tavera, I think one collection was already mentioned by Sir Ambeth earlier, which is the Arturo Rotor collection. I think not many of our students are aware that we have such materials. Together with, I think, I also presented it earlier, the Hermenegildo Cruz papers, which are all in archival boxes. And kasi most of the time, students would usually ask for photographs. So I think one of the popular collection is the Manila Times. But not known to many is that we have this rich collection of documents, including that of Pardo de Tavera, with more than 90 archival boxes. So I think students can still explore and see what's in store for them when they use or in using these materials. Thank you.
For the Filipiniana, there are many other books that are available in our collection that are not yet discovered by the students. However, I think you should look more into our periodical collection, and to access those materials, you can use our SIPA, which is not very popular, but it will help you a lot. So I think that is something I want for everyone to know for our session.
For the AHC, I think it's our vertical files, the personal papers, the newspaper clippings that were kept, because they are the least used materials. But while doing this presentation, I realized that we have so many things that we can find on those collections. But we are on our way to organizing them, so you can check them out, and we hope to digitize them so we can be able to share them to you.
For the MDRC, I think the works of Father De La Costa, which is already, we are in the process of microfilming, digitizing the microfilms. These are research works of Father de la Costa when he was in abroad. Yun po.
Yes. Naku, ito na. We start with Sir Mendoza, we follow with Ambeth. Okay, yes.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much to the panel. And also, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the whole staff of the Rizal Library. For me, Rizal Library is simply the best library in the Philippines. Not only because of the quality and the quantity of the collections, but also the personal care, the hospitality that you have shown visitors and staff and faculty alike. Obviously, what you presented are very, very good materials for everyone. My question is, or concern, has to do more with access to researchers and faculty. As of the moment, if you want to have copies of this, you have to apply, fill up forms, and mostly they are for classroom use, and they are available for a certain period of time. So my question or probably concern is, how do you make more of these materials more accessible? For example, do you think that having a photocopy section, again, nawala kasi because of the pandemic, would be good? And then also, how do you make more of these materials available to the public? Maraming salamat.
Before you answer that, maybe we'll also hear Sir Ambeth, maybe you can ask your question also. We'll combine. All other historians may also. Students, faculty, staff. Yes, please.
Well, it's not really a question, but Dr. Chua said someone should ask about what is the library's role in protecting U.S. hegemony through their collection. But that's not the question. My question basically is, since you already told us what are the things that you wish were better known, the other thing maybe, which is a wish list, is what things would you wish you had? Because as the microform section knows, every semester I send 200 students to the library to dig up the newspaper on the day that they are born. And they like that exercise, but the bonus paper is dig up the newspaper on the day your parent or parents were born. And this is bandang 70s. And the only available newspaper they have is the Baguio Midland Courier. So I was saying, why is there no national newspaper for that period? So I guess the question for each of you is, if you had funds, what one thing would you buy for your particular collection?
Okay. Yes, go ahead. We'll just collate now. I'm taking note of the themes of these questions, and you have time to prepare your answers. Yes, go ahead.
Would just like to ask kung meron tayong periodicals or collections from post-war contemporary Philippines. For example, 1946, martial law era newspapers na pinayagan ng administration ng dictator during that time, tapos post-EDSA. Meron po ba tayong ganong periodicals, journals? Thank you.
Any more? No? I think that's the easiest one to answer because it's do we have? So, and then we'll go to the answers of Sir Mendoza and Sir Ambeth. So, do we have materials?
Yes. Yes, we have digital copies and microfilm copies of newspapers during the martial law era, American era, and the Spanish period. We have we can give you access if you want digital copy. We can share it with the Google Drive, and
Okay.
we'll give you an access.
So, yes. So now we go to the questions. You can now start answering, no? The question of Sir Mendoza is about access, how to improve access. And the question of Sir Ambeth is, what is it you wish, if libreng mangarap, you had all the funds, you were dictator for a day, and what you say is word, the people will follow. What did you wish you had? So anyone can volunteer to answer any one of those two.
To answer Sir Ambeth's question, if I were given this much money, I think as a librarian assigned at the special collections, one of yung nasa wish list ko is to have a conservation lab for the preservation of these rare materials. Because right now, what we do at the special collections is more on basic preservation of these materials only, which is limited to book boxing, encapsulation, and basic repair of documents using Japanese tissue paper, a special paste, etc. So that's really on top of my list, I think, the conservation lab, so that we can be at par with other archival facilities like my alma mater, the UST, for example, who have recently, I think, purchased upgraded equipment para for the fumigation of materials, for example. Then for the access, I think we have to also coordinate with the higher ups, meaning since we are in a transition stage right now, so it would really be included in the planning of the Rizal Library so that we can talk more about the access. But in terms of the photocopying machines, there are restrictions, especially when it comes to documents, since a single exposure to these machines would refer to the deterioration of some papers. Thank you.
Go ahead, yes.
I think I already answered Sir Roy about the photocopying machine at the Filipiniana section. Because the owner was the problem and not our because they were afraid to open up again because baka daw no one will magpa-photocopy because they can take a picture or request for scanning, and so but we will pag-usapan po ulit, sir. As for the question of Sir Ambeth, basically siguro yung wish namin lahat is to have a bigger space because our collection is growing. For us, Filipiniana, everyone knows na, all faculty knows na we have a blanket order. So, lahat ng nare-release na Filipiniana materials ay na-acquire ng library. And we're aiming for a bigger space kasi yung mga smaller publishers, we want to target them kasi parang yung mga famous lang yung nakukuhanan namin ng materials. And yun po, yung renovation and kung mas marami pang pera, siguro digitization, yun yung natutunan ko rin kay Sir Ambeth. Sabi niya, what if nasunog yung library? Sabi, knock on wood. Paano yung collection? Wala tayong ibang place na pinaglalagyan ng collection. So, I want to digitize all our books, materials. Nakikisuyo lang kami sa Photodoc pagka may time sila. So, very limited yung na-digitize namin. So, kung marami kaming pera po, baka mas marami kaming matapos.
Nasunog naman na yung library, 1937, and again in World War II. So, yeah, we have to prepare for disasters. Okay. Yes.
Medyo ganun din yung ang aking pangarap for the AHC. Although
panel. See you, everybody. Thank you.
Ground floor ng
So it was also this time when Marcos's human rights record came into the limelight, as the personal publicist of the dictator, Primitivo Mijares, became privy to the inner workings at the center of power. And when he got entangled in the web of intrigues inside Malacanang, he had no recourse but to live in exile in the US in 1974. His book, The Conjugal Dictator, was the first insider account of the Marcoses' abuse of power and corruption, and the damage it brought to the couple was such that he disappeared in 1977. Okay, so despite the enmity between Darien and Holbrook, several accomplishments were achieved. So among these would be congressional hearings in South Korea and Pakistan. And then these hearings also became the avenue for Filipino oppositionists based abroad, notably Raul Manglapos and the Movement for Philippines, to expose. And then these hearings brought attention to the plight of oppositionists. For example, as Zone 1 Trining Herrera from Tondo was released upon the intervention of U.S. congressmen. And then U.S. Embassy cables revealed concern on Ninoy Aquino's condition, then the longest-serving political prisoner. Okay, so let me be fast as I am being given the notice already. So, okay. So, during her meeting with Marcos, Varian, Man Ponce Enrile, and Carlos Romulo, her pointed question at the country's dire human rights record proved unsettling that she was later referred to in private circles as Durian, not Duran Duran. So breaking tradition, anyway, I'll make it fast. So again, human rights became, were subsumed under security interests. And in 1979, Marcos used the nationalistic tone in getting more for the bases, and what we got was, Clark and Subic became Philippine bases, but in reality, Filipinos had no control over what was happening inside. So just to end, in the end, human rights had to be, the succeeding years of Ronald Reagan saw a reversal in human rights and the intensification of the Cold War and its proxy wars. Whatever its shortcomings and limitations, the Carter years served as a chasm in American attitude towards the Philippines, that Marcos was becoming more of a liability than an asset to U.S. interests. Moreover, although human rights was turned into flickering embers after the Carter years, it became the spark that would start a fiery fire of the 80s and the 90s. Thank you very much. Thank you.
So in a few days, Jimmy Carter will become a centenarian. Our next speaker is Francis C. Soliano. He is an instructor in the Literary and Cultural Studies program of the Ateneo de Manila University. He is also a PhD student at La Trobe University, where he is doing a dissertation project on the role of the press in the making of the 1987 Philippine Constitution. His research interests includes interdisciplinarity, law and literature, and Philippine literature in English. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Soliano.
Good afternoon. I'm Francis, and my presentation is on the US American and Soviet interventions in the making of the 1987 Philippine Constitution. So this is a part of the larger project that considers the Constitution not only as a legal document but also as a cultural text. And as a cultural text, it needs to be historicized and contextualized. Yeah, intervention in constitution making is not new. In fact, it has long been part of the geopolitical arsenal of powerful countries. It is a remnant of colonialism and imperialism. The US, for example, has intervened substantially in the making of the Japanese and Pinochet constitutions. USSR did the same in the post-communist East European constitutions, and even the UK, the exemplary case would be the Constitution of Nepal. Because the 1987 Philippine Constitution replaced the 1973 Constitution that legitimated the Marcos dictatorship, it is usually seen as a post-authoritarian constitution, which is, of course, correct. If we check the constitutional deliberations at that time, they were keen to check the loopholes of the 1973 Constitution. However, what is neglected and forgotten is that in 1986, there was no indication yet that the USSR would fall in 1991. So in fact, it is also a late Cold War constitution. And one of the issues that was heavily debated in constitution making was the presence of the US military bases that was mentioned as well. There were treaties that supported the bases, namely the Military Bases Agreement in 1947, the Mutual Defense Treaty in 1952, and the Southeast Asia Collective Defense Treaty, or the Manila Pact, in 1954. Clearly, these are Cold War treaties. They are uneven because the United States had greater power over the Philippines in making the provisions to these treaties. So the Constitution was written by the CONCOM, or the Constitutional Commission. They deliberated from June to October in 1896, and on June 2, the front pages of almost all newspapers bannered the start of the Constitutional Commission. However, in Business Day and in the Manila Evening Post, there was an event that was not as important as the Constitutional Commission, but would later on prove to be related to it. USSR, for example, Gorbachev's statement on disarmament and development were published. The USSR needs to capture the minds and the hearts of Filipinos because clearly at this point, we are leaning toward the United States. However, according to Thelma Beltran, this period, the period of 1980 to 1985, was a high point in the Philippine and USSR relations. It was clear for the constitutional commissioners that the issue on the basis would be an important question that they need to answer. In the first week of the CONCOM, we see in this editorial cartoon from We Forum, a forlorn Cory Aquino seeing a sinister-looking American eagle perched on the signpost saying yield. This is the 100th year, just past the 100th year of the Aquino presidency. So the CONCOM knew that it had contend with the issue, although the revolution did not relieve the Philippines of its treaty obligations. A constitutional provision can invalidate the treaty as unconstitutional. As Blas Ople, who was one of the constitutional commissioners, said, quote, "With just one sentence in the new constitution, the anti-bases group can change the general framework of the Philippines' international relations and reorder the country's entire security posture." End quote. One of the, or probably the most dominant discourses in the CONCOM at that time was the balance of power discourse. So according to those who held this belief, the US basis holds the balance between the Soviets and the Americans in terms of the regional context and also the internal situation in the Philippines. As we see in this statement by Commissioner Rustico de los Reyes, so there's a balance of terror, and this is between the two superpowers, but there's also a danger of the communist subversion in the Philippines. This is shown in the editorial cartoons from Philippine Star and from Malaya in the slide. So here we see Reagan and Gorbachev in a Wild West setting, raring to fight with their nuclear arsenal, and and Uncle Sam always saying the communist care broken record. At this time, the USSR also held bases in Cam Ranh Bay in Vietnam, which at that time was the largest naval base for forward deployment outside the Warsaw Pact, and the USSR spent $1 billion annually for that base. Internally, it was also we can say the height of the New People's Army. After the Marcos regime, the NPA grew to around 25,000 men scattered in the provinces, and that's why during the Cory Aquino regime there was a virtual sort of civil war that was happening between the NPA and the armed forces of the Philippines. In spite of this balance of power discourse, there were commissioners that were critical of this discourse. Commissioner Ponciano Binaguen says here that we should not see the issue of communism just in black and white. And for us to really understand, to judge the issue for ourselves, we need to free ourselves not only from the clutches of the old colonial masters, but also from anachronistic ideas, values, and structures. Commissioner Jaime Tadeo, who is the representative for the farmers, said that the bases symbolize or reflect, quote, pagkaalipin, tinik sa dibdib, batong pabigat, patuloy na panggagahasa ng imperialistang Estados Unidos sa ating inang bayan. So it's clear that there are commissioners who wanted the bases to go. And the public were aware of these issues. In fact, what this comic proves is that the public also debated amongst themselves, no? what would be good for the country. So in this comic, we see the paradox of the situation that the bases put the Philippines in at that moment. According to Mark Turner, the basis is one of the most divisive issues during that constitutional moment. The Philippine public and the CONCOM, they were very sensitive to allegations of interference or intervention. In June, there was this headline in Malaya that the commissioners had to immediately respond to. They had to deny that there is a 20 million aid that's Holmes is touted as the 49th commissioner because he would always attend the CONCOM sessions, sometimes even coming to the sessions earlier than many of the commissioners. And the U.S. Embassy also released a primer on the U.S. bases, again to convince the public that of what kind of benefits the country is getting from these bases. So you can see here 500,000 direct and indirect jobs, over $1 billion added to the country's economy, and the U.S. government spending 20 million pesos a day, and the basis paying the second largest payroll, second only to the Philippine government. There's also this Manila Declaration, a conference that the U.S. government hosted, where statesmen, scholars from different countries convened in Manila. They issued a statement called the Manila Declaration, and they said that it's the ultimate interest of Japan, ROK, ROC, the ASEAN, to maintain for the U.S. to maintain a major military presence in the South China Sea. This has, of course, gained, again, backlash and criticism from the public, as showcased in the press publications. Luis Taruk published this column, Mga Ulupong Asong Ulol sa Ating Bakuran, and where he says, higit pa sa mga ahas at asong ulol na makabandag ang mga taong matatalino, ngunit ginagamit ang talas ng isip upang makasangkapan ng mga imperialists. So he's referring to the statesmen and academics who went to that Manila Declaration. But the U.S. is not the only superpower that tried to intervene. The USSR did the same. Gorbachev delivered the famous Vladivostok speech when the Constitutional Commission was deliberating. And here he says that if the United States gave up military presence in the Philippines, we would not leave this step unanswered. So that's the dream of the region, to be denuclearized. They also sent representatives who gave a courtesy call in the office of the CONCOM president. So Viktor Gochakov and Alexei Drokov. And again, the public was not kind to these kinds of interventionist actions. Last, that is worth mentioning is the visit of Cory Aquino to the United States at this time. I think Cory Aquino is the figure of Cory Aquino in this action that maybe was the heaviest weight that had the heaviest weight in this debate. Cory Aquino, many Filipinos wanted the revolution to succeed, and Cory Aquino government at that time was in danger because of the coalition that she has was splintering out. There were conflicts again in the provinces, so on and so forth. And so Cory Aquino clearly needed the support of the U.S. government. This was also the time of coup d'etat, or if not real, perceived. So the threat is always there. So here we see that it's the new charter, it's the new constitution that will legitimize the Cory Aquino presidency. And so the concession that they arrived at is to relinquish the decision. So the CONCOM relinquished the decision about the CONCOM to a political body, and that would be the Senate and the Congress, and they would make their decision later on in 1991. Okay, thank you very much.
Our final speaker is Nikki B. Carsi-Cruz. She obtained her PhD in Southeast Asian Studies from the National University of Singapore. Her dissertation, From War Dance to Theater of War, Moro-Moro Performances in the Philippines, won the Wang Gungwu Prize for Best Thesis in the arts and social sciences. She is currently chair of the Department of Interdisciplinary Studies in the School of Humanities, Ateneo de Manila University. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Carcy Cruz.
As someone who will be talking about a funding agency, I'd like to thank the Juan Laurel donation for the School of Humanities for funding this conference. A building is influenced by and reflects the zeitgeist. The design of the building, the nature of its contents, and the sources of funding reflect the changing culture and socio-political impulses of the time. The old Rizal Library building was built in 1967, the same year that the ASEAN, or Association of Southeast Asian Nations, was founded. This may be viewed not just as a coincidence, but as a connected development. At a time when American foreign policy was greatly influenced by the notion of this domino theory, or the idea that when one country falls to communism, the rest would follow, Southeast Asia became a region of strategic importance to contain the spread of communism. As newly independent states, Southeast Asian countries were deemed worthy of assistance and funds came into the region for their nation-building projects. This then became the golden age of Southeast Asian studies. The idea was to create among Southeast Asians a sense of regional identity, and universities and their libraries played a role in realizing a vision of this imagined region. But beyond the nation, there were also the objectives of capacity building for the region. And the diversity of Asia and Southeast Asian nations offered plenty of opportunities and challenges for comparisons. And the Ford Foundation had poured enormous funds in supporting Southeast Asian studies, both in the US and in the region itself. The idea was to find a Southeast Asian body of scholars, historians, who should be able to produce knowledge from their own perspective with their own voice. Enter the Ford Foundation. Okay. Ateneo's library project was timed perfectly. They pitched it when the Ford Foundation had so much money, more than it knew what to do with. In the 1950s, in 1955 alone, it gave away $500 million, or $500 million, for an across-the-board massive salary increase for all American teachers. Sana all. But this widespread salary increase, while people were praising the Ford Foundation, they did not feel good about it. They felt that it was a move that was affirming the status quo, it was firmly lodged in the way things are, and they thought that foundation work should be at the forefront of social change. So they said, what could we do? The main thing we have to bear in mind is to operate at the edge of social change. They have to deal with new problems, go in new directions. And so they felt that it would be more imaginative if they used their funds as a driver of social transformation overseas. Ford was run by international leaders such as Hoffman, who was the implementer or architect of the Marshall Plan, or John McCloy, who was president of the World Bank. Hoffman would later be the United Nations Development Program pioneer. So these were committed internationalists who felt that would change their mind and focus their attention on rural areas. But in Southeast Asia, the foundation opened offices in Jakarta, Malaysia, Thailand, and the Philippines from the late 50s to 1960s. And during this initial era, they made major investments in agriculture and higher education institutions. So do you want to know who the counterparts of the Rizal Library were? The International Rice Research Institute, Ateneo building, I think. The Ford Foundation office in Manila was newly established in 1964. The International Rice Research Institute was funded in, I haven't pressed yet. This is not yet, okay. And in their entry into Southeast Asia, their interest was in finding new technologies, whether it's in agriculture or in education, They were funding instructional media, both in the US as well as overseas. And so the project, like the University Library of Ateneo, was a very perfect fit. A grant of $354,000 was approved by Ford to assist Ateneo in building its new library. $297,000 was supposed to be for purchasing books and periodicals. $32,000 was for a centralized air conditioning unit, and $25,000 for microfilm equipment, such as readers, print estate, in order to fund the building of the library. There are 2 plaques to enter the library. One plaque is dedicating it to Jose Rizal, and the other plaque is thanking the Ford Foundation. If the Jesuits were honest, there should be a 3rd plaque thanking the Jesuits for paying for the building they built for themselves, but doing so would be in bad taste. So now let me segue a bit with Father Sukan. Father Sukan was then the director of the Rizal Library, and he's a towering figure in Rizal Library's history. He was a professional librarian trained with a master's degree in library science from Columbia University. But more than his degree, he was plugged into the Jesuit Circle of New York, a powerful network of valuable connections with elite higher education institutions in New York, New Jersey, Boston, and other American Northeast institutions. If there are 3 key things we can highlight about Father Sukan, it would be this. First, he aimed to elevate the Rizal Library to levels at par with global standards, and American standards specifically. He tried to impose discipline and order in the library, a regime of silence and authoritarian rule, so the library was called by students Fort Sukan, very different from how you enjoy the library today. And he endeavored to share knowledge and resources with the rest of his country. In planning the Rizal Library, Father Sukan envisioned it to be the biggest and best equipped library in the Philippines. A lot of research went into the planning, involving professional librarians in the US, and they were consulted on every detail, from air conditioning to positioning of furniture to lighting. He knew that he had to adapt and create appropriate revisions to suit the tropical climate of the Philippines. It fell upon the architect, Jesus Bondoc, to come up with a design that incorporated Father Sukan's detailed instructions. There was a philosophical turn in library architecture. A fundamental shift had taken place with the design of this building. In the past, the library was seen more as a temple or as a church, and the movements within it center around choreographies of sacredness. Now it became library as marketplace. Everything about the design expressed this new thinking with the needs of its customers in mind, offering users with unexpected comforts and unprecedented access to library resources. Looking at this building, you will see that there are no windows. Centralized air conditioning was one of the pioneering features of the Rizal Library, and it's one of the first fully air-conditioned, centralized air-conditioned buildings in the country. The cost of air conditioning was prohibitive, but Ford Foundation allowed for the purchase of a central cooling unit, a cooling tower, a pumping station from the Carrier Company of Syracuse in New York, and the air conditioning offered patrons respite from the scorching heat, but more importantly, the excessive humidity could be addressed, which was suspected to be not good for books. Because the building was designed to be fully air-conditioned, it had very few windows in the front and just a bit on the sides. But it was not dark nor imposing. Upon entering the library, there were skylights, bathing the library in natural light and giving plenty of breathing space with a high ceiling. Outside, vertical columns and horizontal ledges added visual interest to the facade, while cleverly concealing the air conditioning's Cold War pipes. Lighting, color, furniture have been selected and arranged with comfort and convenience in mind. Diffused lighting was even used so that the harsh glare of direct lighting would not take place. There were no shadows cast on the pages because of the way the lighting was, and there was no need for individual table lamps. I tried that today to see if there were shadows. There is shadow. Tax concept was new among Philippine libraries. The books were arranged on open shelves, unthinkable in a closed stacks arrangement where a clear barrier separated the users from the collection. The library used to have a gatekeeper, and the librarian was the protector. But the open stacks concept, the Rizal Library, espoused a new philosophy of access, a democratic usage hinging on the idea that while library materials must be well preserved, the emphasis is on utilization rather than mere preservation. And people now have agency in choosing their materials through the new choreography of surfing. The Rizal Library's shift to the open stacks concept came hand in hand with the universal cataloging system that made locating the materials more straightforward. The Rizal Library became one of the pioneers in shifting to the use of the Library of Congress classification system among Philippine libraries, and its union catalog was one of the first things visitors saw upon entering the library. It was something of a centerpiece that library staff proudly showed off. 450,000 cards, a single index to more than 150,000 catalog volumes, considering the population was only 1,500 university students. The library's book-to-student ratio met the standard set by the American Library Association, if we're going by numbers. One of Father Sukan's main objective as library director was to offer educational support to its students equal to US counterparts. What he did was he traveled to the US. He used Ford Foundation funds to buy 30,000 volumes. They had originally 70,000 volumes, and his goal was 150,000 volumes. To make up the deficit, he went on yearly book collecting trips to the United States of America. He saw that American libraries were willing to, I'll go off script so I can meet in 3 minutes. American libraries were willing to donate if the Filipinos would, take charge of the shipping and take charge of bringing it to the Philippines. He was able to get 20 tons of books donations, but somewhat unusual items began to appear as a result of these trips. Pakistani ideology, economics by Pakistanis in English, Southeast Asian items found in London, UNESCO reports from Bangkok, a list of periodicals in India, newspapers in Thailand, things American libraries did not want or need. So just as Father Sukan was open to acquiring materials in many languages, he continued this collection strategy, acknowledging, though, that the influx of donations from the US caused an imbalance in the collection. He saw that there were many donations for math, for science, for English literature, but there were serious gaps in fields that required a Philippine orientation. Political science from the Philippine perspective, economics, literature in vernacular languages, history, and so on. 1968, just a year after the Rizal Library was inaugurated, the Gaidon published a seminal essay, Down from the Hill. In it, Ateneo students called for a radical reorientation of the school's priorities. The student editors expressed in no uncertain terms that American Jesuits in the university must yield leadership roles to Filipinos, including the library director. It drew attention to Ateneo's elitist orientation and how this contributes to the perpetuation of unjust structures in the country. One line in particular is of interest to this particular presentation. It says, "Love of neighbor does not exist in paternalistic donations, which are merely palliatives for our society's ills." This same concern about donations plagued the leaders of the Ford Foundation. In the past, they gave funds to whoever asked, like raindrops spread out everywhere, just wetting dry spots without nurturing new life. But in the 1960s, Ford decided to focus their funding on what smaller areas of strategic interests, like farmers' rain on a plot of land where seeds have been sown and a harvest can be expected. Is the Rizal Library a paternalistic donation? Perhaps. A palliative? Perhaps. A productive investment that yielded the desired results? Probably yes. But those who may think along the lines of the editors of Gaidon, who said these things, the Ateneo does not project the true image of the Filipino people, We are not seeking to develop Ateneo on a level of Western universities. They did not want graduates who would pass tests to Ivy League schools. Rather, they would have graduates who are capable of solving Philippine problems based on Philippine standards and conditions. According to Down from the Hill, the more important task is to use the existing facilities available to redirect the student to a proper social orientation, cognizant of and committed to the needs of the Philippine situation. Though I'm running out of time, can I do my one last slide? So perhaps we should revisit the donation and look at these things and focus on something that Horacio de la Costa himself had in mind. The famed historian Horacio de la Costa, who was chair of the history department and established the university archives and became its first archivist, saw in microfilm the future of history, the future of Philippine history. For 6 months, from 1961 to 1962, De la Costa went to various parts of Asia, Europe, USA, to visit repositories of historical collections with materials pertaining to the Philippines. He came home with 150 microfilm titles, and he wanted these materials to be accessible to researchers. He envisioned the new Rizal Library to house that collection, to offer services of image capture to create more microfilms. And fortunately for the Ateneo, the Ford Foundation was looking for such projects to fund, those they felt at the edge of social change, especially in Southeast Asia. What do we do now? What do we think now of our microfilm collections, of the special collections, of the Rizal Library's constituency, previously imagined to be greater than just the students of the present? Perhaps we can reimagine that the Rizal Library is a hub of knowledge, originally envisioned to be a library for others. Thank you.
Okay. We now have time for questions from the audience. For those in the auditorium, please approach the microphone, give your name, and then ask your question. For those watching on YouTube, please enter your questions on the chat box. Our speakers can sit on the front. Okay, so for those who have questions, you may approach the microphone.
I'll do the warm-up. Let's start easy. Okay, so Nikki, since you were the last to speak, and I think we have a lot of students here with us today, from the research that you made, and then comparing it with the Rizal Library experience now, in terms of the collections that we have maybe and what it offers, is there anything that stands out for you in terms of how they framed the library in that Cold War, post-war period that you think can be something maybe has been lost since then and maybe has some merit in terms of being reintroduced? So something like that that struck you.
I feel that there are things only we can offer because only we have those resources. But if there was a debate about where to prioritize, if number of warm bodies was to be used as the criteria, some of those materials still uncatalogued or hidden treasures will always lose because people will say, oh, very few people use them. So let's go rational and let the majority who use more of the materials dictate what the library needs to be and has to go. And that's a real practical debate. If the space is few, what will it be? Will it be a cool lounge space that's completely Instagrammable at Korean levels, where people will really, really relax and surf their phones, which is their own kind of choreography of thinking and knowledge? Or will we reserve that space for special archives that maybe nobody uses? So I think if I had a chance to have a dream, a very interdisciplinary one, I was hoping that all other kinds of programs can latch on to reviving. For example, if you are in the field of computer, AI, how do you use digital humanities to use a thesis that you're creating, an app, a software, that will help us mine our epic archives? If you're doing music literature, what musical resources do we have? If you're in information design, I mean, everybody's work seems to be lodged in the present. And that's a natural impulse to design your own branding kit and all that. This is the usual. But if there's anybody listening here with an old soul, I'm hoping that the different kinds of projects all over Ateneo could be geared towards those things only we have. And then that will make your Ateneo education not, incomparable. You cannot compare it. You can't do it in LaSalle. You can't do it in UST. You can't do it in UP because only Ateneo has these things. And so that's a challenge for everyone, not just the librarians. That's for the info designer, communication technology people, even the environmental science people, to go to the archives and see what our environmental history is. Whatever field you're in, there's probably a root somewhere that's in our special collections that you can mine, even with the new technology you know about.
Those who want to ask can approach the microphone.
Hello, so good afternoon. So my question is, are there events in recent Philippine political history that affected or influenced the national policy discourse in the United States? Because from the talks earlier, it was usually the American impact on the Philippines, but I was wondering if instances of the reverse happened.
I have one in mind. So after the People Power Revolution, the revolution actually was celebrated globally. And that's why Cory was invited to speak in front of the US Congress. And there was lots of celebration. And I think, I may be wrong, no? But I think that's when the United States also, understood the kind of support that it has to give to the Philippines, in order to maintain the Aquino presidency. So that's just one that I encountered maybe in my research. Now, because of what the people power symbolized. Around the world and in the United States, they really appreciated what the Filipinos were capable of doing.
What can I say? The fruit does not fall far from the tree. American politics has always been, in a way, influenced, or shall we say, driven down our throats. But I guess there are some specific moments when Philippine political realities affect the discourse in the United States. So 1986 was one. In recent memory, that's one. Number two, and it depends also on the on the kind of relationship. So, for example, if a U.S. president is very close to the Philippines, like for example, Clinton, whose classmate is Gloria Macapagal Arroyo, yeah. And then also it depends, no? I mean, we look at some of the institutions, no, that are at work here. But lately, I can say that the previous presidency caught the shall we say caught the attention of many in the United States, and in fact, because of the Magnitsky Act, let me rephrase that. There are there are some instances when Philippine realities affect American policy. One is the class suit of the Marcos regime filed in Hawaii against. That was very important because initially, when it was, as you may know, Marcos was a kleptocrat. He had many ill-gotten assets abroad. And then he fled the Philippines to Hawaii. And that case, the class suit case, was so important. When it was filed in 1986, it did not, it was thrown out. No? But by 1992, some wins have taken place. So, for example, there is now jurisdiction of Marcos in the United States. And then the passage of the Torture Victim Protection Act also was used in order to run after Marcos and ask for compensation. So yes, Magnitsky Act, it could go against persons or Philippine individuals who have standing cases. And these cases are, you have a globalized justice. No? You have, we don't exist in isolation. So some of the crimes, these are customary crimes or customary laws. So this, although it happened here, but it can be, applicable in many other countries. Recently, siguro, if the campaign of Kamala Harris, no, you have white dudes for Kamala, whatever, no. We have been doing that, no, 2 years ago. With Lenny. So, yeah, yes. We have always been told that American politics is, infallible almost, etc. We have been told this is correct, this is right. But America has a lot to learn from the Philippines.
This is not my own research, but you may want to check the Colonial Crucible. So it's a book, I think, by Alfred McCoy, and it's interesting. If we are to extend the argument in that collection, the U.S. security state that we know now, it was all tested in the Philippines when they were when we were under them. So yung intelligence, yung their handling of the police, and so on and so forth. Parang they tested it here and they brought that all back to the United States. So you can check that out.
Thank you so much.
Are you satisfied with the answer? It's a very hard question.
First of all, I would like to thank for the first panel, because I've always been curious about how, I guess, U.S. policy towards Philippines. So if we're talking about connections to the Marcos regime, why focus on Jimmy Carter instead of LBJ or Ronald Reagan, who was also influences in the...
Could you please, I'm not sure I got your question correctly. Could you be, more specific about your question? I did not get it. Your question is?
What made you focus more on Carter than any other president, such as Ronald Reagan or LBJ, for connection to the Marcos regime?
Okay. Okay, thank you. Now I understand the question. Why did I, well, because I was talking about martial law. So LBJ is really out of the question. Why not Ronald Reagan? Well, because I said in my paper, the Carter administration was quite an anomaly. Okay, in between you have long periods of Republican rule, but suddenly you have 4 years of Carter, a Democrat, and who introduced a different kind of approach in crafting. So that makes it unique. So that's why I chose Carter, and I think much had been written about other presidents except Carter. In the Philippines, when you say Carter, it's known only for two things. Number one, Habitat for Humanity. The second one is the underwear brand that you have. No, I mean, other than that, I mean, who knows Carter? So I chose Carter because of that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, I have two questions from both of my former professors, si Doc Mendoza and Sir Solano. I think first question is, I mean, in recent news, we have the whole Divest Palestine, Divest Israel movement, and then before that, you had Divest South Africa. With regard to like looking at U.S. imperial relations, with regard to the Ford Foundation and even the government support, was there any student movement with regard to divesting from or pivoting from the United States within campus or probably elsewhere in the Philippines?
Your question is
On the
student
divest-
movements
student movements.
pivoting.
Pivoting away from the U.S. with regard to like divesting from like,
Divesting?
divesting from U.S. Supported foundations like the Ford or
Well, there are many. I mean, of course, the leftist groups would always be critical of the, yeah, from Kabataang Makabayan, SDK, all the way to LFS and what you have now. Ako lang, personally, I am a bit, how I wish, we have student groups clamoring for the horrific deaths in Gaza and also the future of the Palestinian state. We don't have, except for Muslim youth who rally, but this is a very critical issue to us, especially when it comes to regional conflict. And how I wish students would, voice their, concern at least, if not anger, for what is happening in Gaza and in Lebanon at the moment. Thank you.
My answer, I don't think you asked me, but my answer in general terms is your question seems to use the state as the unit of analysis. And you're asking whether people divest from a certain country. I feel that the actors have changed and they're more diverse. Sometimes the divesting happens to an industry or to a multinational corporation, and the people acting also are from different countries, and that would be environmentalists divesting from something, or they're calling on the church to divest investments from that industry. So the actors are diverse, just as the units of the subject of their protest is also diverse. So I'm not sure if there is a specifically anti-American movement in the Philippines the way there would have been in the anti-imperialista age of, the first quarter storm, where they really want the US bases to leave, therefore they were anti-American. I don't think that's the play anymore.
Thank you, Enzo, for that question. I don't have a specific answer, and I agree with what was said already. In my case, siguro, my realization now is because I was trying to check the discourses in the public sphere, and at the moment, what I've examined so far are mainstream press publications. There's a lot to mine in student publications also of that period. So as Nikki was saying, if we are interested, for example, in looking at yung mga issues of the Gaidon, for example, then we would understand the kind of tradition that Ateneo has. No? It's a lack at the moment in my research, but of course there's a lot to be mined again from these materials. Thank you.
So maybe we can have one last question.
Thank you for a very interesting panel. I'd like to ask a question for Nikki, Dr. Cruz, Garci Cruz. In the 60s, we know that nationalism, the post-colony was on the rise. But was there any, did it make a difference that in Ateneo, at that time, it was an American Jesuit that was the rector, and you have Father Sukan. So is the New York, Maryland province Jesuits have any influence in having the Ford Foundation fund the Rizal Library of Ateneo de Manila rather than other universities?
I think that there were so many evidence of the benefits that the Jesuits enjoyed. For instance, the books that came in, they came in tax-free. There should have been customs issues, but there were none. I think because the people who they circulated with were in the same sphere. Father Sukan used that to bring so many books to many other schools, and it continued until 2008, sorry. It continued for decades, and he brought the books to Mindanao. So the networks that he was able to activate, the donations came from Jesuit institutions, and the logistics were through Jesuit institutions. Santa Ana became the zone of logistics center when the Blue Eagle Gym was no longer the zone because he was moving his operations to Cagayan de Oro. Every step of the geographic movement, the American connection was always activated, I think, in my opinion. So as for the Ford Foundation choosing them, I don't think they needed extra convincing because the alignment was just, the alignment with what they were doing and what they wanted to do was very strong. But I'm not privy, so I can only guess. But I think that it definitely helped a lot, that being part of the Jesuit Northeast American ambit.
I'm afraid that we are out of time. There's one more question. Sir.
I'll just say
two more questions.
I'll just give a comment. Number one is I thought the talk on the library was very good and very fresh. I wish you emphasized and talked about the architecture at that time, which is modernist and its rationale at the moment in global capital when people were trying to be very rational, or at least they think they are. It was also a time when foundations were emerging from the United States. It's interesting that in a talk by Arundhati Roy, she mentions the Ford Foundation as creating one of the most conservative lobby groups in the United States, which is the Council for Foreign Relations. So maybe it's good to also, because Philippine Studies, the journal of the Ateneo, also emerged in the 1955-56, I think. That's number one. And then number two, I'd just like to comment that maybe it's also good to be more nuanced in the approach to Marcos, because, for example, on the U.S. basis, whatever we think of the U.S. basis in Marcos, he was the one who demanded compensation from the United States, which was a very contentious issue, if I remember correctly. Number one. Number two, that was also very contentious because who owns the bases, the land? Although the Filipinos could not go in, there were cases wherein crimes were committed by American servicemen, And it has a consequence even up to now in terms of Balikatan and so on and so forth. I think this is a very good way of nuancing Marcos because he opened the relations with China and Libya. And we just have a president now and a previous president who are really bipolar in their approach, which is either very, very pro-American or very, very anti-American. So I think it is good because it also references somebody who was quoted earlier on the Soviet talk, which is Louis Staruk, which is one of the key leaders of the Soviet Union's Communist Party in the Philippines, who became pro-Marcos because he believed, at least as stated, that Marcos was anti-American. And it's good to point that out. And Tadeo was representative of the Communist Party of the Philippines in Cory's Constitutional Commission. So that was also a constitutional commission that was supposed to be very logical, that represented everyone. It was also at that time of that euphoria that produced the Constitution, that produced the Congress that we have now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your wonderful comments. Yeah, I agree. No? I mean, looking at human rights, the basis would have quite a negative impact. But then again, tama yung it's a very, hosting the basis is a very sore or tricky or, it's a complex issue. As always, what happens to U.S. servicemen whenever they commit crimes? So that is one of the talaga sticky contentious issues, no? Yung jurisdiction. It's like extraterritoriality, during the colonial times. I remember very one important incident. I was, I think, fourth year high school. In Philippine Airlines, may flying school. So, to earn 2,000 flying hours, they have to go, the airspace of Clark and other military bases are close to Philippine airplanes. They cannot, no? At that time, there was a flight coming from the north going to Manila. And one of the trainees was by the name of Cesar Lumotan Jr. Cesar Lumotan was the deputy governor of Central Bank. Now there was this a flight of F4 Phantoms when they saw these are small propeller planes, and yung Phantoms are very powerful jets. They buzzed, no, and it caused a tailspin. The pilot died, no? Yung student pilot of PAL, Cesar Lumotan Jr. And what happened to the pilot? The pilot was Colonel Ray McFadden. And what happened was, he was called by his superiors, and even before we could lodge a complaint, that Colonel McFadden was appointed to, was stationed to Okinawa. We could not do anything, no? Hindi lang, in Japan, no? In Okinawa, for example, students get raped, but what do? And in one incident, the cable car in Italy, it fell. No? So again, means Clark and Subic becomes Philippine bases. So in the end, what happened was formality lang no? So you have Basalakot and then Clark Air Base. Pero what happened was we really could not do anything about it. No? In the end, we were just like security guards, no, guarding the American base with no control whatsoever of what was happening inside. So thank you for that comment, Tessa.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. This question is directed to Sir Francis and Doc Nikki. I'd just like to ask for your thoughts on the ideas, because you both mentioned Doc Nikki mentioned a lot about the place of the library and how it was, I guess, a shift from what I'm understanding is like a militant temple. Like the library is supposed to be there to keep these books that we hold sacred very protected. But it shifted to the marketplace. But it shifted to like a more, as you mentioned, Doc Nikki, a market structure, something that became more accessible, something that became more for utilization purposes. I'd just like to ask for your thoughts, because I noticed I just wanted to ask for your thoughts on ideas of traces of militancy still being in the library, both as it was constructed in the 1960s and as it kind of stands now, as As I'm seeing it more than ever, parang Rizal Library, it even has its own marketing team. So you can't ask for a more, a more blatant example of the market model being used in the library. But in your opinion, ma'am, sorry, doctor, apologies for that. In your opinion, doc, how do you think this idea of the militant temple of the library still being, present now? And for Sir Francis, I guess it's the converse. When we talk geopolitics, it's, of course, international relations basis, especially in the context of the Philippines, and especially at the time. But how do you think the market was actually a factor that played into writing the Constitution? How do you think that factors of course, you also mentioned in the parts that I was able to catch up to, there were aspects of, I guess, market structure being involved in drafting of the Constitution. How big of a presence, or should we say trace or specter, would it be counted for in the Constitution drafting? Thanks.
So the Rizal Library Board was removed. We don't have one. There was a time I was chair of that board. I think that's not a good sign. It was not there for checks and balance, it was just there for dialogue. It was an advisory body, and even in that capacity, it was removed. I think that's a direct answer to your question. Second, the Rizal Library now is it's like a friend at a time when so many people have mental health issues. It is meant to be welcoming. It is meant to be a place where you can relax, it can be a refuge, you can rest yourself. The seats are designed so you can recline. It's a far cry from Father Sukan's very hard chairs. Now it's cushioned with a socket so that your gadgets could be charged. There are many good things about it that plays a role suited to your generation's very unique needs and ways of doing things. That said, ever since there were things like Paasco saying, these things and that things, I began to see special collections like endangered species, like trees or animals that somebody has to speak for. Because in a fight between the interests of real live students with mental health issues, the special collections will always lose out if there is fighting for resources, whether it's for space, for manpower, for prioritization, for funding, for attention. And I don't want to put students who are alive and well, our main stakeholders, plus special collections in oppositional terms. There is a way to move forward where the tensions and negotiations are navigated in a dialogical and empowering process. It's not a binary. A library board could have helped because the librarians left alone may put priority in what the library world puts priority on. For example, if the library standard is, if the condition is bad, if it is outdated, you weed it out. But what if it was a first edition? Then a science librarian who doesn't have the heart of a literary person may not know the value of the book because it ticks all the requirements for weeding out. There must be conversation between different communities within this university, and that's what I felt the board was about. And it's gone.
Thank you, Stephen, Orange, for the question. In my presentation, I emphasized the issue on the US basis, but in fact, there's another issue that in which the United States had very large stakes on, and that's the national economy. And this, in fact, haunts us until the present. If you are following the arguments regarding the recent proposal to revise the Constitution, it's to change yung liberalization, diba, of the national economy. And in 1986, hindi pa yun yung heyday of neoliberalism. In fact, in many countries, like in Chile, when Chile was writing its constitution, they were very much influenced by what they called as the Chicago Boys, that wanted their constitution to be very liberal. The same debate was also in the 1986 Constitutional Commission. I think and one important moment at that time was the walkout of I think 5 commissioners because they did not want the Constitution to be liberal. So there was a pushback in certain members of the commission. So interesting yung Constitution because it sort of safeguarded the national economy. Is that still in the question now is that still the kind of national economy that we want to pursue in the future or not? And I think if kung honest yung mga politicians natin, we can believe that that's really a debate that merits discussion. Diba? But if kung sisingitan ng political, agenda, that's where the danger I think comes in.
So I'm afraid that we are out of time. If you have further questions, you may contact the members of the panel. Let's give our speakers a round of applause. Everyone is invited for the next panel. The next panel is on issues in health and nutrition during the American occupation period. It will start on 3:35 here. Meanwhile, we invite everyone to have a guilty pleasure before we talk about nutrition, some coffee and snacks. We will resume at 3:35. Thank you, everyone, and everyone is invited for the next panel.
American period. We have 5 speakers. Each will be given 12 to 15 minutes to present their papers. After that, the audiences online and on-site will have the opportunity to ask questions. For viewers on YouTube, you may submit your questions via the chat box. Our first speaker for this panel is Dr. David Lozada III. He is a former chair of the Department of History of Ateneo de Manila University and a former executive council member of the National Commission for Historical Research, or NCHR. He obtained his PhD from the University of the Philippines, Diliman, and his research interests include military history, the Philippine-American War, history of public health and medicine in the Philippines. He has taught courses also on military history, European history, and the history of the United States, as well as that of Spain, and the survey course on Rizal and the Philippine Revolution, both on the graduate and undergraduate levels. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Lozada.
Good afternoon, everyone. Just before the outbreak of the Revolution of 1896, Spanish medicos titulares warned the colonial government that unless drastic measures were taken to improve public health and sanitation, the inhabitants of the colony ran the risk of annihilation from infectious diseases. Not only was the warning left unheeded, it was echoed once again 3 years later in 1899. A few weeks after the outbreak of hostilities in the Philippine-American War, a stream of letters were sent to the United States Secretary of State and to the Adjutant General of the United States Army. They were sent by the Commanding General of the U.S. 8th Army Corps, Major General Wesley Merritt, and his 2 subordinates, Major General Elwell Otis and Major General Arthur MacArthur. In these letters, they raised the alarm over the number of disease-related deaths by American servicemen in the Philippines. They described that the health situation of the troops had become intolerable and that both the Corps and the division were not being provided with adequate medical assistance to combat disease. They expressed grave concern regarding the vulnerability of American soldiers to deadly diseases and that disease among American servicemen had reached epidemic proportions. In all of these letters, various ailments and maladies were mentioned, including tuberculosis, plague, sexually transmitted diseases, and smallpox. Statistically, however, in terms of both morbidity and mortality from the standpoint of the United States Army, 3 diseases stood out: typhoid, cholera, and malaria. The Army Medical Department was given the unenviable task of obtaining supplies and equipment necessary to provide for the health needs of the Expeditionary Army. Furthermore, they were obliged to come up with a system for the hospitalization and evacuation of the sick and the wounded. Lastly, they were required to train and prepare new military surgeons, nurses, and corpsmen that will be deployed in the conflict zones. While the Army Medical Department was able to satisfactorily accomplish this task, unexpected complications and difficulties began to physically manifest once the troops were gathered in various encampments. The most glaring of which was the presence and spread of infectious diseases, particularly in the temporary and makeshift military encampments throughout the United States. Reports from the Army Medical Board, the British Medical Journal, and from correspondences from the various unit commanders revealed that typhoid was the primary health concern plaguing U.S. troops in the camps, followed closely by cholera, dysentery, and malaria. From a public health perspective, the military encampments were problematic because they were often hastily erected with none but the most rudimentary drainage, sewage, and toilet facilities. Moreover, because encampments were densely populated by large bodies of troops that were oftentimes larger than most rural towns and urban centers, they provided the ideal setting for intense population mixing, thereby increasing the likelihood of transmission of infectious diseases. According to the report of the Army Health Board, the primary source of infection, particularly in the case of typhoid, cholera, and dysentery, was camp pollution. Because of the difficulty in disposing the excretions of the human body due to the lack of toilet, sewage, and water facilities, epidemics of typhoid, cholera, and dysentery were more likely to occur in military camps than in civilian life. The report also noted that in the case of typhoid, a soldier infected may spread the infection in every latrine in a regiment before the disease is recognized. Furthermore, soldiers crowded together in tents were susceptible via direct and indirect infection through soiled clothing, beddings, or through the soil around and within the tents after it had been freely contaminated with organic matter by the urine or other excretions of men who had the disease. To combat the spread of infection, the Army Medical Department implemented ambulatory measures ranging from implementation of strict quarantine protocols, provisions for the sterilization of water supply, and the construction of more latrines. Other measures that were recommended included the raising of the soldier's bed from the ground, and if militarily expedient, the removal for cleaning of their combat uniforms at night. These attempts by the Army Medical Department proved to be marginally successful. A staggering one-third of the regiments had cases of typhoid fever and other diseases even before they arrived in the military camps. Within 2 months upon their arrival, almost all the remaining regiments had reported cases of typhoid infection. 1/5 of the 92 regiments had been infected, resulting in 1,580 casualties from typhoid alone. If other infections were included, the number increased to an alarming 14.3% per 1,000 casualties from the mean strength of the United States Army. Sickness and disease continued to hound the American Expeditionary Force as they embarked for Cuba and the Pacific. The first wave of the 8th Army Corps bound for the Philippines left the port city of San Francisco on May 25, 1898. Almost immediately, the Adjutant General's office began receiving disturbing reports of men falling ill of typhoid, pneumonia, measles, dysentery, and other gastrointestinal diseases. These maladies were attributed to overcrowding and lack of ventilation of sleeping quarters and bunks, insufficient sanitary facilities, toilets, and the lack of clean potable water. Personal cleanliness was likewise a factor because not all troop transports had provisions for the men to take daily showers and hose baths. As the number of infected troops increased during transit, the Army Medical Department sought a two-pronged approach to address the brewing health crisis. First, they initiated an information campaign to educate the troops about the link between mosquitoes and malaria and the correlation between diseases and living germs. This included the distribution of pamphlets about disease prevention and the possible health problems that might encounter in their destination. Second, the Sanitary Corps and regimental surgeons conducted regular inspections of bunks and living quarters and made daily medical examinations of the men under their care. Army-issued combat uniforms were to be washed regularly while beddings were to be aired 2 hours daily. Strict rules implementing quarantine protocols were enforced on those soldiers suspected of being afflicted with diseases. When the lead armed elements of the Expeditionary Force under the command of Brigadier General Thomas Anderson arrived in Cavite in the first week of July 1898, the chief surgeon of the 8th Army Corps, Lieutenant Colonel Henry Lippincott, immediately set up a 150-bed small outpost hospital facility located near a former Spanish naval barracks. The area was considered less than ideal, for it reeked with filth, garbage, and lacked the basic rudiments of a sewer system. Their arrival in the midst of a monsoon season made it difficult to offload medical supplies from the ships and to light fires to boil water to make them potable. Logistically, things started to improve only when General Anderson moved his forces from Cavite to a new encampment 3 miles south of Manila. Camp Dewey, as it would eventually be called, was a well-drained area with a sufficient and reliable water supply, making it an ideal location for a field hospital. While the move to a new camp was welcomed by both the men and the Army's health personnel, there were still unforeseen complications that made it difficult for medical officers to provide care for those afflicted with disease. There were not enough field ambulances, and the ones that were available were too heavy and cumbersome to be used in muddy trails in the outskirts of Manila. Filipinos were pressed into service to operate an odd assortments of local carts and wagons that were considered just as dangerous to the litter bearers as they were to the patients. Regimental surgeons noticed the first signs of the health crisis towards the end of August 1898, barely 2 weeks after the mock Battle of Manila. Together with the reports of men killed in action fighting the Spanish army, the Adjutant General's office started receiving reports of men dying of typhoid and other diseases. Initially, because the number of casualties was small, it did not attract attention from policymakers in Washington, D.C. However, as the number of disease-related deaths increased exponentially, claiming the lives of ordinary soldiers and officers alike, the Adjutant General's office frantically began issuing orders to division and brigade commanders to take all the necessary steps to stop the spread of disease within their ranks. These reactionary remedial measures proved to be largely ineffective as things got progressively worse in the months following the surrender of Manila. The 7th California Regiment reported that 10% of its actual fighting strength was incapacitated by disease. As more and more men were reported sick or requested that they be excused from combat duty, Elwell Otis reported to his superiors that disease was spreading in epidemic proportions, that if he were to put together all the soldiers who had been incapacitated because of disease, their numbers would approximate the fighting strength of an entire regiment. By October and November 1898, 720 new cases of typhoid fever and malaria were reported. This figure excluded the almost 300 soldiers who were reported sick of various ailments. Using statistics derived from letters written by unit commanders, more American troops perished from typhoid, cholera, dysentery, and malaria in the last 6 months of 1898 than from combat-related trauma and injuries. In desperation, the Army Medical Department established a series of base hospitals in different parts of Manila and Corregidor Island. The biggest facility was a 1,000-bed base hospital in Santa Mesa, complete with a full contingent of surgeons, nurses, hospital stewards, complemented by medical facilities of American hospital ships anchored off Manila Bay. The Filipino revolutionaries likewise suffered from the ravages of disease. Letters sent by Emilio Aguinaldo's subordinates in Bataan revealed serious recruitment problems with the ranks of potential recruits decimated by disease. Filipino troops in Batangas endured wretched conditions, having been afflicted with malaria, typhoid, dysentery, and many other debilitating maladies. Medication for Filipino revolutionaries was always in short supply, and in the few instances where they had makeshift field hospitals, they were often too small to accommodate patients for extended periods of time. When formal hostilities between the Filipinos and Americans broke out, it became apparent that there were not enough trained physicians to look after the health needs of the enlisted men. The fledgling system of base hospitals that was established months earlier was now swamped with combat and disease-related casualties. Even when the 8th Army Corps received substantial reinforcements by mid-April of 1899, raising their numbers to 25,000 men, only 16,000 were available for military operations. The reason attributed for this was that almost a quarter of the strength of the army was rendered combat ineffective due to disease and provost duty. Most noticeable in the casualty list were the ones caused by infectious diseases. Taylor observed that the 1st Division was pretty worn out and many men were on sick report, having fought continuously for 3 months. Almost half of the fighting strength of the 2nd Division was reported sick. Some individual regiments in the 2nd Division lost so many men to permanent medical disability, primarily from cholera, dysentery, malaria, and typhoid, that they could only muster half their manpower for combat duty. These reports were a source of grave concern for the American High Command, as diseases and other maladies had accounted for 15% loss of total American combat strength. With the shift of military operations from conventional to guerrilla warfare, the 8th Army Corps had ceased to exist, and in its place was a new organizational setup that divided the island of Luzon into military districts. Letters and reports from American commanders revealed that American casualties in 1899 were the highest on record for the duration of the war. American troops killed in action was listed at 767, while those who succumbed to disease and other causes numbered 659, with malaria, cholera, dysentery, typhoid accounting for more than half of the disease-related casualties. While American battle-related casualties for the year 1900 decreased, the number of disease-related deaths, particularly with malaria and cholera, almost doubled compared to the previous year. This was attributed to the difficulties of fighting a guerrilla war, that the American soldiers in the forefront of a guerrilla campaign suffered 3 times as much in terms of casualties to infectious diseases than those serving as garrison troops, even in the most unsanitary of towns. The civilian population, particularly those who were subjected to forced relocation or reconcentration by the United States Army, was likewise ravaged by the disease. Malnutrition from the lack of access to food, societal displacement, and scarce medical supplies meant that those who lived in the zones had compromised immune systems. This, coupled by the abysmal conditions due to overcrowding, absence of clean sources of water, or a rudimentary sewer, resulted in high rates of infection. Much of the same continued in the first quarter of 1901. However, when Aguinaldo was captured on the 23rd of March and took the oath of allegiance to the United States a month later, the guerrilla struggle slowly began to wane. The gradual de-escalation of hostilities had a direct impact on the number of American casualties for the year 1901. Statistics for the year revealed a considerable decrease not only in those killed in action, but also in deaths due to infectious diseases. From 443 American servicemen killed in action in the previous year, the number had gone down to 102. The Adjutant General's office noticed a sharp decline in release in disease-related casualties in the early months of 1902, just as formal military operations came to a close. From January to May 1902, the number of deaths attributed to disease for American soldiers was listed at only 20. This was considerably smaller when compared to mortality figures in previous years. This was attributed to the almost 50% decrease of the approximately 45,000 American troops who were involved in combat duties by the end of March 1902. Second, with the decrease of the number of American troops, the physician-to-patient ratio likewise improved, with more doctors, nurses, and Army corpsmen arriving in the country. Lastly, with American physicians no longer concerned with treating combat-related injuries, they were able to focus their attention on accuracy diagnosis, attention to sanitation, and other preventive measures in dealing with diseases. With the war officially over, the Army Medical Department noted that the greatest tragedy for troops actively involved in hostilities during the Spanish-American War and the Philippine-American War had been produced by disease. There was still no agreement among American and Filipino scholars as to the exact number of American casualties. The casualty numbers range from a low of 4,165 to a high of 5,411 servicemen who died and 2,900 wounded during the course of the 3-year war. Richard Maxey wrote that disease was to claim 75% of the total number of American casualties. Filipinos, both combatants and non-combatants, likewise suffered grievously. U.S. Army records conservatively estimate that 20,000 Filipino troops were killed fighting the Americans. Matthew Smallman Rayner puts the death toll of civilian casualties as a direct result of the war at an outrageously high figure of 800,000 out of a population of less than 8 million. On the opposite of the spectrum is the low estimate of 34,000 civilians killed as a direct result of the war provided by Robert Ramsey. A more realistic estimate was provided by Frank Schumacher, who estimated that approximately 250,000 Filipino civilians died as a direct result of the war, and another 200,000 Filipinos perished when a cholera epidemic struck the country immediately after the war ended in 1902. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Losada. Our next speaker is Alvin D. Cabalquinto, a lecturer of the History Department, School of Social Sciences, and of the Health Sciences Program, School of Sciences and Engineering. He graduated with an undergrad degree in Health Sciences with a minor in History and finished his MA in History here in Ateneo. He is also currently editorial assistant of Philippine Studies, Historical and Ethnographic Viewpoints, and a senior fellow of the Ateneo Martial Law Museum and Library. His research interests include the history of public health and medicine, gender studies, sexuality and women's history, cultural history, and cultural heritage. So, Mr. Cabalquinto.
Okay, thank you very much, Ma'am Isa. Okay. There. Okay, so good afternoon, everybody. Military and medical historians have argued that the movement of medical troops in the Philippine campaigns accompanied the movement of American ways of management and practices in healthcare systems. These recent evaluations of the pivotal role of military medicine in Philippine-American War attest to the civilizing mission of medicine and public health as an enduring institution of American colonial rule in the Philippines. The medical history of the Philippines owe much to the study of the Philippine-American War, as this epoch in the shared histories of both the United States and the Philippines show the critical role of imperial medicine and public health interventions, which the state administration has facilitated this process of colonial medical modernity. The notion of medical and public health practices as tools of the American colonial government and its ensuing cultural insensitivity continues to be a recurring theme in Philippine historiography of public health. It is crucial to point out that at the start of the American medicine here in the Philippines, it relied much on the administration of military medicine in the Philippines. Sources such as the correspondences between military officers and accounts of military medical officers offer a different perspective in the need of efficiency and its utility in health messaging in the Philippines. Reflecting on the nature of the military medical action in the correspondences and in these accounts, it shows the expeditiousness of military administration of medicine, the actions and the ingenuity of military medicines, through the provision of the Army Medical Department for the medical needs of the 8th Army Corps in the Philippines. So this presentation examines these aspects of military medical the military medical administration, particularly the vital role of transporting medical supplies from the U.S. to the Philippines, and the process of obtaining these medical supplies from procurement to delivery through the selected correspondences I've looked up. And as well as examine the factors and the conditions affecting the process using these official reports and memoirs. This paper explores these legacies of transporting the American medical supplies in the rhetoric of efficiency as an integral theme in the health messaging circulated in the Philippines using periodicals such as newspapers and medical journals, and it probes and problematizes the dynamics of American exceptionalism in presenting American medical technology with the superior medical knowledge while unpacking the inherent contradiction of the civilizing mission of modernity in medical practice. Perhaps one of the most enduring legacies of the Philippine-American War is the establishment of the Colonial Medical Bureau. The movement of the American troops in the Philippine campaigns entailed not only the physical movement of American Army officials and their troops, but also the movement of medical supplies. The initial structure, its management, its practices in the newly pacified areas became a pattern that paved way for these practices of military medicine to be the origins of colonial public health. The Army Medical Administration used military medicine as a template for the colonial bureaucracy of public health to establish this invasive and highly experimental nature of the American colonial health bureaucracy here. So, for instance, the arrival of the 8th Army Corps in the Philippines in 1899 included the deployment of medical officers. So, in 1989, U.S. Army Surgeon General George M. Sternberg recommended to the Adjutant General of the Army, Henry B. Corbin, 7 surgeons stationed in different military fronts in California, headed by Lieutenant Colonel Henry Lippincott, the Deputy Surgeon General, to report to duty to Wesley Merritt in Manila. Corbin's deputy, Theodore Schwann, then ordered an addition of surgeons such as Captain William Owen, Captain Edward Morris, and Lieutenant Henry Page to join Lippincott in Manila. Likewise, Henry Clay Miriam also authorized the transfer of enlisted men from organizations to the hospital corps in Manila. Later on, an additional deployment would entail troops boarding in different vessels stationed in Beijing, China, and in Sydney, Australia. During the first year of the war, the focus of the medical department was the care for the wounded and the establishment of divisional general hospitals concentrating primarily on surgeries. Such surgeries required clinical expertise, infrastructural support, and an effective mobile front line of additional medical personnel and supplies. The medical department's chief responsibility was the establishment of a system of base hospitals in Manila to take care of three kinds of patients: the sick, the wounded, recovering from sustained injuries in the different hostilities with the Spanish and later on the Filipinos, and the convalescents. Critical to the treatment of these patients was the creation of the first reserve hospital by Major W. Crosby, who converted a former Spanish military hospital to an American one. Despite the necessary repairs and excellent electricity and ventilation improvements by the Americans, the medical department was quite uneasy with the plumbing and the drainage system in this hospital. Nevertheless, the hospital located in the walled city became the Army's network of operations bedrock. This hospital consisted of surgical facilities, a 2-ward smallpox unit, with an additional unit for suspected smallpox patients and another one for alleged bubonic plague patients, and even hospital laboratories. At the onset of the war, with an increasing number of patients being treated due to the hostilities, the Army Medical Department had to expand its operation with the creation of and opening of 2 additional hospitals. One was actually the Second Reserve Hospital, which was opened in a rather modern and a bit more attractive building intended to be a school for young women. To address the increasing number of wounded men in the operating rooms and the recovery areas in the First Reserve Hospital, it assigned most of the 300 beds allocated to the Second Reserve Hospital to the convalescents from the First Reserve Hospitals and other regimental hospitals. In 1899, the Army Medical Department opened another hospital, Hospital Number 3, in the sources, supplying the 1st Division Hospital inside the walled city, repurposing a barrack for the Spanish infantry into a hospital catering to 285 patients scheduled for disability discharge. Creating the U.S. Army hospital networks in Manila required an increase of provisions and requests for medical supplies to address the number of patients, with the Army, the War Department demanding more acquisitions of medical supplies and equipment. And prior to this, Corbin actually provided subsistence and additional medical stores and medicine that would last for at least 4 months. While these top officials secured such provisions, the situation in Manila showed the problems in landing these essential medical supplies. Responding to the necessity of sending troops to Manila, Wesley Merritt informed the War Department the need for the anticipation of the landing of such medical supplies. So to respond to the increasing numbers of the patients during the sole operations of the First Reserve Hospital, they had to convert this warship, that was named Scandia first, and then later on it was renamed to U.S. Warren, as a hospital ship. So later on, the Army Medical Government had to convert these U.S. ships into hospital ships for the purposes to supplement the hospitals on land and to provide transportation to patients to different areas in the Philippines. In the correspondences, initial arrangements had to be made to secure the transportation of both the patients and the medical supplies. The use of these hospital supplies became one of the most vital supplements to the increasing number of patients that the Army Medical Department had to take care of as the Philippine-American War was prolonged. So they had to send in more reinforcements in the span of 2 years. Aside from this, the medical army here insisted on more medical supplies to be transported into the Philippines. The frequency of the need for the additional reinforcements of medical supplies, together with medical officers, nurses, stewards, intensified after the change in the status quo between the American forces and the Filipino revolutionaries. So in the reports to Washington, Otis reported that his own experiences with the revolutionary forces in Manila, as well as Miller's expeditions in Cebu, showed that the tensions between the American and the Filipino army forces were slowly escalating. And they also saw that they need more medical and army reinforcements as the war prolonged. The inadequacy of supplies on ground affected the soldiers as they showed the signs of demoralization. With the escalation of the conflict causing an increase in the number of patients that needed care and the increasing need for medical supplies, they had to request more additional medical officers and medical supplies to address what Lippincott would say as satisfactory, to be satisfactory for the operations of the medical army. Likewise, the situation worsened when medical officers and hospital stewards were unequipped with necessary medical sanitary knowledge, as well as they had to contend with the difficulties in the land transportation, which was occupied initially by the Filipino Revolutionary Forces, and later on in the next span of months, the Americans were able to actually obtain the Manila-Dagupan Railway, instrumental to moving more troops and more medical equipment here in the Philippines, in Luzon rather. Likewise, what's interesting, if we look at the transportation of medical goods and the medical troops here, is the use of wagons and mule transports that the Americans had to secure from San Francisco in the United States. These wagons and ambulances were seen as a necessity in transporting the supplies and the patients even during the gradual control of the Manila-Dagupan Railroad, as a pattern of retreat, destruction, repair, secure persisted until the entire railroad was secured by the Americans. The difficulty of wet, impassable roads during the rainy seasons made the use of these wagons quite impracticable, as noted by Otis in 1899. However, the use of these wagons would eventually be deemed critical in the context of securing these railway systems. By 1910, Brigadier General Leonard Wood would actually say that the use of wagon transports would actually be deemed useless due to the use of the railway systems. These accounts on the transports of medical supplies in the war stress the efficiency of the delivery of needed medical supplies from urban Manila to the surrounding rural areas in the neighboring provinces in Luzon. So, as seen in some of the memoirs, such as, for example, Henry Hoyt, he would narrate the efficiency and even the ingenuity of the Army Medical Department in addressing even his own injury during the war. The war's difficulty and the epidemiological crisis in the Philippine-American War conditioned the initial years of American colonial medical services, catering to American soldiers and the rest of the populace after the pacification efforts. The rhetoric of efficiency in the medical departments reverberated in the official sources and even the periodicals such as newspapers, medical journals, leaving an impression on the kind of colonial medical modernity premised on expediency. Within the next following years, decades of institutionalizing a medical system mainly oriented towards American medical practices and the consumption of American goods, transport efficiency became a currency for medical technologies to prosper in American colonial Philippines. During the first 2 decades of the American colonial rule, mobility and public health became intertwined policies of the American colonial states. Such innovations in transport technology and infrastructure were introduced to cure Manila's unhealthy geography with the institutionalization of the Department of Sanitation and Transportation by the Municipal Board of Manila to address the twin concerns of health and mobility. Aside from this, aside from underscoring perhaps the paradox of rationality and irrationality of health and mobility in colonial governments, the logic of efficiency permeated in the creation of a social life of these medical supplies and its transportation, as shown in periodicals and even in the creation of the medical system here in the country. The consumption of medical technologies coupled with the American colonial bureaucracy of health, education, and science fostered this idea of colonial modernity, underscoring the superiority of medical knowledge and equipment over the training of an older generation of European-trained Filipino physicians. For instance, the creation of the Philippine General Hospital in outside the congested walled city into the district of Ermita facilitated the accessibility to American medical services to a wider sets of urban residents. Its linkage also to the College of Medicine in the University of the Philippines fostered the notions of advancements of medical practices with technological advances being highlighted in case reports featured in medical journals such as the Revista Filipina de Medicina y Farmacia and the Bulletin of Manila Medical Society. So a lot of these medical journals would showcase advertisements as well as case studies utilizing these medical technologies, fostering this notion of a fast and a modern medical service, especially in the context of colonial medical education. I end my presentation with the start of the 1920s after the initial incipient years of the colonial training of medical officers during the Philippinization. In 1920, Leonard Wood would be tasked to investigate a report in the Philippines which criticized the Filipinization process of healthcare facilitated by Filipino medical doctors. He would criticize the shortage of medical facilities, the deterioration in health services, and he would also say the insufficient appropriations on sanitary work coupled with the uncoordinated and inefficient medical services. The remarks of Wood underscored the inherent contradiction of this American exceptionalist paradigm in the colonial medical modernity. It presented the notion that the need for the Americans to supervise this medical knowledge and to make the Filipinos be supervised in ensuring an efficient healthcare system. Such efficiency became an operative word for the criticisms on Filipino physicians who head the Colonial Bureau of Health. And in framing the colonial medical modernity here, the efficiency in transporting medicine in the Philippines underscore the transplantation of medical practices in the colony. The lasting legacies of militarized health practices underscore the framing of modern healthcare delivery that was new, efficient, advanced, and fast. The difficulties of wartime transport and the expediency of the Army medical treatments facilitated the notion that to administer healthcare from the Americans promptly towards the colonial bureaucracy of health and education. And it fostered this notion set in the inherent imbalance in the colonial regime. The limitations would be set by the colonizers in administering medical services to the bodies of the colonized and subdues. Thank you very much and have a good day.
Our next speaker is Feliz Noel Rodriguez, Director of El Caban de Zamboanga Center for Local History and Culture, Universidad de Zamboanga. She is also a visiting professor of the Ateneo de Zamboanga University. She holds master's and doctoral degrees in history from the University of the Philippines. She has published historical works on raiding, warfare, Christian discourses, nationalism, and Zamboanga, as well as an English translation of Felix Loriano's 1895 Recuerdos de Filipinas. She has curated exhibits tracing diverse historical concerns, La Solidaridad, Philippine Postcards, and the History of Zamboanga. She continues her research on the Malay world, global trade systems, warfare, and interconnections. With Michael Price, she is currently working on an American period photo history of Zamboanga, and she is awaiting the publication of her book on Zamboanga, written for the University of Southeastern Philippines under the BARM project. Please welcome Dr. Rodriguez.
Good afternoon to all, and thank you for the invite to this, and it's homecoming actually for me. Thank you. So my talk is on Dr. Pedro A. Rodriguez Sr., Zamboanga General Hospital. He's my grandfather, but don't worry, I'm not going to give a hagiography of my grandfather. I am currently, since May this year, director of the El Caban de Zamboanga. So Caban meaning where you, a repository. So the Universidad de Zamboanga, under its president, President Abram Eustaquio, really wishes to have this repository because, as Dr. Bankoff's question earlier, what about the voices? Where is the local, what was going on in the local community? And actually, with the repository El Caban de Zamboanga, this is precisely what we want to do. Make it a repository on everything that has to do with Zamboanga, especially for people from the region. Actually, what pushed me to do it was 2 decades ago, I had this collection of my grandfather of photographs, and I donated them to the American Historical Collection. I left Ateneo, I think, 20 years ago or so, and when I came back, I wanted to get more information or use the library, and I had difficulty. And so I said, if I have difficulty, and I used to be the chair, and I donated materials, what more for people from the region? What more for people from the South? And so I said, this will be a mission. And with President Abram Eustaquio, he really wanted to, build this dream. And so now we're going to have the Center for Local History and Culture. And we start with my father's collection as well. And there are others. And I think this is what is going to be the voice, of the local community, the voices of people from there. It's important to look at, of course, other libraries, to look at what is written, of course, and there's so much. And so, but we start with one man, and then we start with others. And so far, there have been more coming in. And actually, there's one whole, how do you call it, baul, tesoro, filled with just letters and photographs. And I was thinking, this we don't find outside, but the local community, everybody, like some families have it. What if we gather them and then later on make them accessible to others? And so that is what we are trying to do. So my grandfather, quite interestingly, is from Montalban. He is the younger brother of Amang Rodriguez. So I know more about him because if you read Amang, then you know who his father was, etc. And also there's more information there. But he also said in one of his interviews, by the way, he lived to 102. So he lived a long life. But anyway, in one of his interviews, he says he started formal education at the age of 16. At 16 years old, he just was starting to go through formal education. And so he was born in 1888, and he graduated from Manila High School in 1910 together with Manuel A. Rojas. And so he was far older than others, and yet he was able to go through Manila High School and then eventually went to the University of the Philippines. And in the medicine and surgery in 1917, he graduated. I've lost my yearbook and I don't have a copy, but I have a copy of my grandfather's 1917 yearbook, the Filipiniana. And thanks, for example, to my former student, Kate Lacson, who has helped me with all this research on my grandfather as well, and Rose Marie Mendoza, who has also helped me gather material on my grandfather. So here you see even his senior class, and he was apparently vice president. And then, of course, there are other photos, and you can, if you look closely, I'm able to locate his face and see it. And even here, 1917. And in all these books, as saying, on things written on Philippine medicine, for example, nothing is mentioned about Zamboanga, for example, or on my grandfather. And even in this photo that was used, they don't, and then they list the graduates and they don't mention him. Anyway, so he's here as well, Medical Students Association, and here he is. He graduates 1917. After 1917, his first assignment, he goes south to Camiguin, and he meets there my grandmother, Dolores, from Camiguin. And I said, maybe that's how they met in Camiguin. But I later found, again, 1918, like a yearbook type of Manila High School, which was my grandmother's like a yearbook. And there I realized that my grandfather's youngest brother was actually her classmate. So I said, oh, okay, that's where possibly the connection was. So after Camiguin, he goes to Cotabato, and then finally, around 1920, he's assigned to Zamboanga. Oh, is this blank? Okay. And then Zamboanga, no, it's supposed to zoom in, zoom out. It doesn't do the zoom in, zoom out. So Zamboanga is known for the fort. When the Spaniards came in, they built the fort in 1635. So it's like the frontier town of the Spaniards. So this is Fort Pilar. And later, the Americans arrived, 1899, 1903. You have military rule in Mindanao and Sulu, close to 70,000 Americans in Mindanao. So the earlier two talks, you know, it's so interesting to look at all the soldiers that came in. 1903, 1913, the Morio province, and Zamboanga again is made the capital. So I'm saying all this just so that you get an idea of the number, you know, of soldiers also coming in. And then there was a time, of course, with all the soldiers, all the Americans and teachers and engineers coming to Zamboanga, they wanted to build Zamboanga. It was like, this is Parsons' design, you know, to move the center away from the fort to make it like the provincial building. But of course, this didn't happen. But you have some structures that were built. And these structures actually were very important because here, finally, you have the use of cement, and if you look at the infrastructure, there was so much change. If you haven't been to Zamboanga, it's an iconic building, and it's still there. It survived, you know, the war. It survived. This was built in 1905, 1906, and this was the provincial building, but now it is the city hall. And so, you know, anybody can come in. And so I was thinking, for people here, you're so privileged. You're going inside this city hall that was built 1905, 1906, and you can see the flooring, the ceiling. It's not documented. I don't think there's even a book that just talks about just the architecture of this place, which is really excellent. But aside from the city hall, another icon is Plaza Pershing. And Plaza Pershing, you have this as well. And then you have the normal school, and this building is still there, survived the war. Other parts, of course, were bombed out, but not this. But in all this, the school, the provincial building, it was the center. So you have people coming in as students. For example, this is a group of students from Sulu. But people do not tend to look into the Zamboanga General Hospital. Now, the Zamboanga General Hospital, here you have the first group of nurses that graduated. So they had a nursing school. And one of the graduates was Abdul Atip Rasul, who was the nephew of Haji Butu also. So anyway, up to today, this building, these two pavilions are still there. But of course, the lush garden has gone, but that the building as is still there. This was where my grandfather and his family lived. And the directors of the hospital lived there. And growing up, after Dr. Altavas, he provided, the son provided me with this photograph. And then after them, the Lucases. And the Lucases, this house is now gone. But anyway, it has grown. This is my grandfather. But there were other hospitals. There was the military hospital. There was the Brent Hospital. And it has grown. And this is the staff of the Brent Hospital. And it has gone on, and there were other puericultures. So here is the board of directors of the 96 puericulture, and then you have the Zamboanga Medical Society. And here is my grandfather together with Dr. Trota, the grandfather of Dr. Rico Trota Jose, who was my advisor for my PhD. And only when I was looking at all these photographs did I realize that, you know, our grandfathers knew each other. Anyway, so medical society and people from all over the Philippines would come and have meetings in Zamboanga. And there are many other photographs on this. But during the war, my grandfather was caught in Manila, and so someone else took over. And then, so he was the director from 1925 to 1947. But it continues to grow, and these are all local people, not a single American, you know, as director of the hospital. So it continued on. So his family has grown. This is a photo of the 50th anniversary of my grandfather. I'm there as a little girl. But anyway, now if you look at it, this is taken from the book when they celebrated their 100th anniversary. And this is the last photo on the Zamboanga City Medical Center that still continues today. So my point in bringing this out is there are many things to talk about when you talk about Zamboanga and, of course, the American period. But I think it's important to look into the medical field, to look into how it has grown, to also see the voices that's there. And iconic there is also this image of a nurse leading, and actually it's what they call Mohammedan, a Muslim boy into the hospital. And it has been open to all and up to this day. And so it has grown. And so when you talk about contacts and continuities, here you have an example of that. And of course, you have the civilizing mission, etc. When you talk about that in one perspective, but there is also that other voice, the local voice, and that is what we want to have emerge. And so I talk about my grandfather, I talk about the Zamboanga General Hospital. Thank you for listening.
So I think perspective-wise, the range of presentations in this panel gives us a sense of where you can find documents, both in archives, in libraries and institutions, but also, who knows, in the baul kept in your grandparents' house, okay? So our next speaker is Olivia Ann Habana. Dr. Habana is Assistant Professor at the Department of History, School of Social Sciences here at Ateneo. She is a former chair of the Department of History and has held various administrative and committee positions in the university. She has also been active with the National Commission on Historical Research, technical working groups in the Committee on Higher Education, or CHED, and the National Historical Institute. She finished her PhD in Philippine Studies at the University of the Philippines and has co-authored a series of textbooks in English and Filipino on Philippine, Asian, and world history for the high school level. So you have Lupang Hinirang, published by Anvil Publications. Asia, History, Civilization, and Culture, and the book World History for Filipinos and Our Beloved Country. Other publications include American School Books in Philippine Classrooms, 1900 to 1912, in Huck, Christian, and Bauer, Schmidt, and Stefan. Traveling Goods, Traveling Moods, Varieties of Cultural Appropriation, 1850 to 1950. The Ateneo de Manila University, Rebuilding Democracy, the Ateneo de Manila University in the 1980s. Current research interests are the history of colonial childhood and the history of education in the Philippines. Please welcome Dr. Habana.
Good afternoon, everyone. So my talk this afternoon is entitled Nutrition and Hygiene in the Early American Period Public Schools, 1900 to 1912. Much has been written about the Thomasites, public school education in the Philippines, and the efforts to retrain the Filipinos into little brown brothers. Much has also been written about the public health situation in the Philippines and the program, including cholera squads, public health, hygiene, hospitals, and hospitals established by the colonial government. So this paper will investigate an area of confluence of these two pillars of the American colonial government, public health and primary education. Public health and primary education. So my research questions will be, how did the American education authorities view the state of health of the Filipino school children? What measures were taken to address these concerns in the public primary schools? And how does this reflect ideas of modernization, race, and class in the American colonial Philippines? Most of my data was sourced from right here, the library, the American Historical Collection, and the other special collections that were tackled this morning, including reports of the colonial government, Bureau of Education, memoirs, diaries, correspondence of American colonial administrators and teachers, textbooks of the American colonial period, and photo archives, University of Michigan, but also some from the American Historical Collection. Almost all Americans, teachers, and officials agreed that Filipino children were ready and willing to learn. William Freer, Fred Atkinson, Clayton Wise, all Bureau of Education officials agreed that in mental ability, Filipino children compared very favorably with American children. In conduct and behavior, however, they were deemed superior. According to David Barrows, I quote, Filipino students are generally quiet in their seats, obedient, respectful, lovable. So, sana all. No? Despite these qualities, though, Filipino school children were still seen as deficient in many ways, such as in terms of morality, democratic mindset, appreciation of manual labor, and the like, all of which would require retraining from the American school system. There was one deficiency, however, that was equally, if not more urgent: physical health. The Filipino child's malnutrition, poor hygiene, and ill health were seen as impacting negatively on school attendance and performance, and ultimately to the American Colonial project by diverting resources to a less than healthy colonial labor pool. A report by the Bureau of Public Instruction stated that a large proportion of the school population suffers from malnutrition and lack of sufficient food. The problem was not the availability of food, but rather the diet of the Filipinos, which was determined largely by culture. This perception was colored by the colonial Americans' view that Filipino food culture was generally inferior to the American food culture. One of the major problems pointed out by Médicos Titulares was that Filipino diets were the direct cause of the pervasive anemia, digestive tract diseases, and general debilitation of the people. However, we must remember that the early American period also coincided with perhaps one of the most difficult times for the Philippines. It was adjusting to changes in the world economy, suffering the effects of two successive wars, the Philippine Revolutionary War and the Philippine-American War. It was also undergoing changes in demography and land tenure arrangement that resulted in less access to nutritious foods for ordinary Filipinos. This flow of nutrition to the poor was curtailed further as the food supply became subject to the needs of three armies. In addition, ecological changes such as the aridification of lands due to deforestation, flooding, locust infestations resulted in periodic food shortages. And to top it off, the U.S. Army's policy of control over foodstuff, which initially adopted in 1900, was actual destruction of all rice, food supplies, and storehouses which could be used by Filipino combatants. So this all had a dire effect on the nutrition of the children, and in the report of the Philippine Commission in 1913, their findings were that the main causes of high child mortality or death in the Philippines were ignorance of elementary principles of sanitation, hygiene, superstition, unhealthy surroundings, lack of or poor distribution of qualified medical personnel, addiction to postrums or quack medicines, and injudicious and insufficient food. One of the things noticed by many of the teachers was that the children had very deficient food, what they call baon. I don't know how to translate into English, baon, what they would bring to eat in school. And William Freer said, the breakfast was camotes. Camote is a root crop, some plantains, others rice. Those who had bread or rice with chocolate as other nourishing drink were usually not more than 2 or 3 in a class of 60. And he says, and I continue, little wonder that these children, large-stomached, narrow-chested, and fragile, grow into men and women, small of stature, weak of muscle, unable to resist the ravages of disease. So it does not look very good for Filipino children at this point. Most of the time, children brought a little food or were given a small amount of money to buy lunch in school. Of course, the quality of the meal depended on the vendors and the food sellers. Also, being children, they could not always be trusted to choose healthy meals over those that tasted good. So what is the solution? For the American education officials, the solution was through the education program. What measures did they do to do this? The classroom was deemed a laboratory in which to teach the children proper hygiene, cleanliness, and nutrition. This was meant to combat what was perceived as the unsanitary, unhealthful practices of the Filipinos, as well as their inordinate faith in superstitious practices, rather than modern medical medicine. The main solution was to provide school lunch in the school premises. This was made available and would cost 4 centavos and I quote, a bowl of hot nourishing soup or stew, a buttered sandwich, a piece of cake, and a glass of ice cream. So this would be considered sufficient and nutritious enough for the school child. It may in fact have been very luxurious from the point of view of a child who would normally eat rice and a piece of dried fish for lunch. This was thus perceived as a marked improvement over the diets of Filipino school children. It was also made possible because it was the children themselves who cooked and prepared their own lunch, taking away 3 hours of their learning day to do so. So it was not just the kind of food that was under surveillance, but also the manner of eating. Oh, wait, there's one more. Okay. Oh, sorry, I think I missed one. But anyway, it was not just the kind of food that was under surveillance, but also the manner of eating. Most families ate while squatting on the floor in front of a low dulang or table. Food was taken from communal containers, placed on banana leaves, eaten with hands. This was probably accompanied by loud conversations, laughing, and the presence of domestic animals. So this was seen as unsanitary and uncivilized. So the missing slide would have said, this was what the Americans urged. Instead, I quote, we should arrange our food on a clean table, sit down to eat it. We should eat slowly and quietly, using knives, forks, and spoons. These are wholesome and dignified, and not like the habits of the Filipinos. End of quote. So the manner of eating and the customs attached to this were once more related to the state of civilization and the decency of the Filipinos. Schools were also the venue to teach proper American hygiene. Despite the personal cleanliness they observed among Filipino children, the American officials felt that the responsibility for public health and sanitation still left much to be desired. Basic rules of hygiene must be taught to children to combat disease and to increase the overall level of sanitation in their communities. There were constant admonitions to do this and were often echoed in the textbooks either directly or indirectly. Just as the codes of the Spanish period, these cover the most mundane and physical acts such as the blowing of noses, proper behavior, how to shake hands, and admonitions to not scratch your head and pick your nose, etc. Okay, so this was seen in a teacher's manual for civics, hygiene, and sanitation. An example of this is here. Most of the lessons in the manual concern matters of personal hygiene, and the prescribed method of teaching was supposed to be oral, simple, direct, practical. And it would have included actual demonstrations by the teachers on how to wash your neck and ears, how to remove lice from your hair, and proper toothbrushing. Demonstrations, however, could sometimes be insensitive to the children, as in the lesson to teach cleanliness of the fingernails. This called for the teacher to, I quote, call a child with dirty hands and long, dirty nails to the front of the class. With a pair of scissors, cut the child's nails to a proper length. Of course, we are not allowed to do this today, but it was apparently, the demonstration was apparently necessary at the time. And here, just to go to this sample here, how to clean your face. Angel came from a dirty home. His mother was dirty. His father was dirty. His friends were dirty. Angel was in the 2nd grade. His teacher showed him how to wash his face. So he came home with a clean face. Oh, the demonstration should be in the middle. So there's supposed to be a demonstration how to wash your face. He came home with a clean face. When Angel's mother saw his clean face, she washed her face. When Angel's father saw his clean face, he washed his face. Angel's little friend Tomas in the next house washed his face. In a few days, all the friends and neighbors had clean faces there. So you can see that the child here is seen as a transformative agent to transform society in general. And this included not just cleanliness, hygiene, nutrition, but also it would move into bigger aspects such as vaccination, hospital care for the sick rather than home care, and the foregoing of traditional healers for modern American medicine. So this was especially crucial during epidemics in which Filipinos reacted with concealment of cases, refusal to go to hospitals, and flight into the countryside. Children were also encouraged to be health crusaders by making charts to record sanitation practices in their communities, such as the cleaning of toilets, boiling of water, hand washing, and the like. As such, we see here that the notions of sanitation, hygiene, and good citizenship were tied together with the child at the center. So for my conclusions, just to read through them, American colonial officials viewed Filipino school children as unhealthy and malnourished due to parental ignorance, backwardness, and lack of scientific knowledge in Philippine society, but exacerbated by retrogressive Spanish colonial rule. Children were seen to have a transformative role in the new colonial society, as we saw from the Civics Handbook, and the solution to the malnutrition and the sicknesses of the children was education on nutrition, health, hygiene, and sanitation in the public primary schools. In this way, they hoped to mold Philippine society. The discourse on health education reflected many aspects of race and class in the American colonial Philippines. The poor health of the Filipinos was also seen as moral justification for American control of the islands in general, but perhaps more specifically of the public schools and the hospitals. It was also a physical manifestation of the racial inferiority of the Filipinos and their lack of modernity and citizenship. Thank you.
Our final speaker for this afternoon is Sarah Jessica Wong. She is currently taking her MA in History at the Department of History at Ateneo de Manila University. Her research interests are chiefly in gender and food during the American colonial period. She is currently the manuscript editor of Philippine Studies, Historical and Ethnographic Viewpoints. Sasha? Oh, there you go.
Hello, okay, good. Sorry, very short. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sasha Wong. There is a slight change in my presentation title since my thesis advisor very rightly pointed out that the original was way too wordy. But in any case, my presentation is titled Feeding the Family, Nourishing the Nation, Gendered Nutritional Discourse in American Colonial Cookbooks 1911 to 1925. As Dr. Habana mentioned earlier, studies on public health during the American colonial period often focus on epidemic diseases, hospitals, sanitation, and hygiene, and as a result, nutrition is relatively understudied. However, malnutrition was a serious problem during the American colonial period because vegetables, meats, eggs, and dairy products were expensive, especially in the first 2 decades of colonization. Many Filipinos subsisted on a diet of polished rice and fish, and a few vegetables if they could afford any after buying the first 2. By 1911, the Bureau of Health knew that this over-reliance on polished rice was what made Filipinos so susceptible to beriberi, a debilitating disease that is caused by a deficiency of thiamine or vitamin B1. The Bureau of Health attempted to address the problem of the poorly balanced national diet in several ways, including the rigorous promotion of home vegetable gardens. However, the colonial government believed that the best and most permanent way to change the national diet was through education, like Dr. Habana mentioned earlier, particularly through domestic science education. Domestic science, or home economics as it was sometimes called, was part of the Bureau of Education's campaign in the early years of American rule to promote quote-unquote science studies, or subjects that stimulated practical activities and touched on the daily economic lives of Filipinos. For boys, this meant industrial work like agriculture, and for girls, this meant domestic science, which taught them how to prepare and serve nutritious foods, among other things. Through the promotion of domestic science as the most permanent solution to the poor national diet, as well as the gendered separation of science studies into industrial work for boys and domestic work for girls, Filipino girls were ultimately given the responsibility of maintaining the health and nutrition of their families, and by extension, the health and nutrition of the nation, which is, a lot to put on the shoulders of a young girl. We can see this feminization of nutritional responsibility and obligation emphasized in ads like this one for Star and Crescent condensed milk from November 1923. It's an issue of the Women's Outlook, where we see a child very dramatically pleading, "Mother, don't let me die." It shows us very clearly who bore the brunt of responsibility for this child's nutrition. It doesn't say, "Father, don't let me die." It doesn't say, "Mother, Father, don't let me die." It very clearly says, "Mother." Okay. This point was also emphasized by Alice M. Fuller, who was an American domestic science teacher stationed in Tuguegarao in Cagayan. And she wrote the first cookbook textbook published in the Philippines. She said, "The basis of a nation's welfare is in its home life, and no nation can be powerful which has not the right kind of homes. Home consists of individuals who, taken together, compose the nation, and unless these individuals are happy and healthy, they do not make desirable citizens. Health and happiness depend upon everyday conditions in the home. Girls are to be homemakers and must therefore be taught all those things which will enable them to meet their responsibilities." So given all of this, today my presentation will try to answer the following questions. Number one, what was the nutritional discourse of the early American period, and how did it develop during different points? Number two, within the contemporary nutritional discourse, what were Filipino girls and women expected to know? And third, did cookbook textbooks meet the needs of Filipino girls and women who belong to different contexts? I use an intersectional approach to analyze cookbook textbooks, published by Colonial Health and Education Authorities in conjunction with contemporary government reports, journal articles, and periodicals. According to Patricia Hill, Collins, and Surma Bilge, as an analytical tool, intersectionality views categories of race, class, gender, sexuality, nation, ability, ethnicity, and age, among others, as interrelated and mutually shaping each other. This work is also informed by the feminization of responsibility and obligation as conceptualized by Sylvia Chan in her studies on poverty in the Global South. In my study, feminization of responsibility means that women assume the greater liability for dealing with nutrition, while feminization of obligation means that women had less choice other than to do so, whether that be due to structural or situational constraints on their roles and activities. These are the 5 cookbook textbooks that I will discuss in the presentation. I refer to these texts as cookbook textbooks, even if it's a bit of a mouthful, because aside from having recipes, they would also have articles and chapters on other topics in domestic science, like personal hygiene, caring for the sick, manners, and also infant care. 4 of them were Bureau of Education publications, while Good Cooking, the third one, Good Cooking and Health in the Tropics, was edited by Elsie McCloskey Gotches. She was the American former directress of nurses at the Philippine General Hospital and also principal of the PGH School of Nursing. So all of these books were explicitly meant for girls and women. And now that we've mentioned the texts and their intended audience, we can move on to the contents. What qualified as nutritious food and the recommended daily allowance for that food during any given period depended on contemporary advances in nutritional science. Thus, girls and women who were studying and teaching domestic science had to keep pace with new discoveries, even if such discoveries negated what was once taught as truth. So the table on this slide shows these changes across 5 cookbook textbooks. We can see here that what was considered nutritious was different depending on what year the cookbook was published. For example, Fuller and Butts, the first 2, they both believed that green leafy vegetables did not have much food value. In fact, when they discussed salads in their cookbooks, they both said that the nutrition to be had from them was not from the vegetables per se, but from the salad dressing. So why not just eat salad dressing, right? By the 1920s, nutritionists began to accept and acknowledge the importance of vitamins. We can see this in this quote from Food Selection. If a person eats food which contains no vitamins, he soon dies. If he eats food containing too small an amount of vitamins, he becomes weak and sick. Persons in this weakened condition caused by the lack of vitamins are the first to fall prey to various diseases, chief among which is tuberculosis. Many boys and girls, perhaps most of them who fail in school each year, fail not because they have poor brains, but because they are not eating enough vitamins. They are really starving, not for rice or meat, but for vitamins. So a girl or a domestic science teacher reading this in her textbook now had to know how to plan menus that not only had the right amount of carbohydrates and protein and fat, but also vitamins now if she doesn't want her family to die, you know? Particularly in the form of raw fruits and vegetables, because nutritionists believe that cooking them destroy the vitamins inside of them. It was for this same reason that the use of canned fruits and vegetables was discouraged. Because nutritional science was becoming more complex, it was understandably difficult, maybe even overwhelming, for school girls to keep track of all the different foods and their nutritional properties. And the Bureau of Education seemed to understand this, so they provided 6 reference tables to guide them in food selection and then later again in elementary home economics. They reassured the girls that there's no need to memorize these tables. You only need to know a few foods that were rich in carbohydrates, protein, and fat, the approximate carbohydrate and protein content in fruits and vegetables, and which foods provided vitamins and minerals. Still a tall order, if you ask me. Once the girl was familiar with the nutritional values of common foods, she could begin creating balanced and well-selected menus using the recipes and tables in her cookbook textbook. However, they were not always given clear instructions on how to do so. One book might offer complex, scientific, very specific instructions and reference tables on what and how much food should be served, while another simply gave general guidelines relying on the students or the teacher's foreknowledge or intuition. So let's take, for example, this reference table and sample menu from Fuller's book. Fuller did not discuss the nutritional value of her sample menus, and her reference table listed the nutritional content of just 15 kinds of food. If a girl wanted to include common ingredients that were not mentioned in this table, like, say, chicken, squash, or shrimp, without a more comprehensive guide, she would have had difficulty estimating the amount she needed to serve for a meal that aligned with Fuller's prescribed daily food allowance, unless her teacher had the necessary foreknowledge or if she had access to other domestic science texts. Furthermore, Fuller did not provide recipes for all of the dishes that were listed in her wholesome menu. They used the word wholesome a lot in this period, including pork cakes, pork stew with vegetables, and salmon and rice. And speaking of salmon, nutritionists routinely included imported ingredients in a lot of their recipes, even when locally sourced alternatives could have easily been sourced instead. This was despite claims of nutritionists that these recipes were meant to be accessible to the ordinary girl or woman living in the Philippines. For this example, we'll look at Good Cooking by Gaches, because I feel like it's the most guilty of this. Many recipes in Good Cooking used imported, canned, frozen, and dairy products, and little effort was made to adapt these recipes to make them more accessible. For example, imported butter, which is in a lot of these recipes, appeared in 230 out of 544 recipes. That could have easily been substituted with lard, which was much more common during the period. Good Cooking also had 2 glossaries contributed by Bureau of Science Director Elmer D. Merrill, listing common fruits and vegetables in Manila markets. However, very few of the locally sourced ingredients that were listed in the glossaries appeared outside of the book's 2 Filipino sections and 1 section on preserves, save for those that were already common in Western cuisine, such as bell peppers, tomatoes, and onions. So for example, the common native vegetables malunggay, sitaw, and munggo appeared twice, thrice, and 4 times respectively in the entire cookbook of 544 recipes. Compare this to bell peppers, tomatoes, and onions, which appeared in 33, 48, and 113 recipes, respectively. Some of the native produce mentioned in the glossary didn't even appear in the cookbook at all, not in no recipes. Yet potatoes, which were imported from America, China, and Japan, appeared 24 times. This exclusion of native products and preference for imported ingredients is not so surprising, though, considering that Gotcha's collected recipes from 43 American women and just 3 Filipino women. In conclusion, the American colonial government saw Filipino girls and women as the ultimate solution to the nation's poor diet. Through a domestic science curriculum that kept pace with contemporary developments in nutritional science, Filipino girls and women were supposed to gain the skills they needed to fulfill their nutritional responsibilities to their families, and by extension, to the nation. However, the material provided by colonial nutritionists were at times vague, insufficient, and maladaptive, so much so that 20 years into the American colonial regime, this quote from Governor General Leonard Wood, ironically found in the foreword to Good Cooking, still rang true. I am sure that many Americans and Europeans living in the tropics have heretofore failed to utilize many of the vegetables, fish, fruits, etc., which are available here. He was not wrong, in my opinion. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we have a bit of time for some questions. I think this was a very information-packed panel, and the last especially perhaps made us reflect on how we think of our own relationship with food now and what kinds of value judgments we have when thinking of what to eat and what to prepare. Can I invite the speakers here up front? And then, are there any questions from the audience? Shall I do my warm-up question again? Yes, Greg, go ahead.
Do you want me just to begin or wait for them to sit down? Okay, thank you very much. That was a really interesting panel. I have 2 questions. First to the first 2 speakers about military health. And I noticed, for instance, Dave, especially you use the term public health, and I'm wondering whether public health is the right term. Isn't the military camp and military situation so different that it actually, in a sense, is not part of public health at all? It's a separate category altogether. And my second question is to the last 2 speakers about nutrition and education. And I just wondered, has there ever, I mean, all your work is about what Filipinos should have eaten, but is there actually anything that assesses the value, nutritional value of what they did eat, and whether it was actually nutritious and balanced and such like?
Okay, so thank you, Greg, for your first question. I think I agree with your observation that maybe there should be some nuance with the use of public health. I think what I did there was that since I was talking about it in terms of its impact on the military, and I segued something on the civilian population, maybe the distinction must have been blurred in the process. But I think it's necessary to make some nuances for it. Okay.
Okay. I also share the same sentiment with Sir Dave here. But it's also quite important to point out that a lot of when we talk about the military, the Army Medical Department and their activities at the start of the American conquest, a lot of these interventions, no, stayed. It also became embedded in a lot of the public health campaigns in the initial years of the American occupation. So a lot of these medical officers would be employed in the Colonial Bureau of Health. So their mindset, they were a bit transitioning from that military mindset to the more civic orientation of this Colonial Bureau of Health. So while I do agree that perhaps the initial part of the American colonial, it has that militaristic or a militarized use of public health interventions. Their background, in a way, it stayed on, no, in terms of how some officials, some physicians would emphasize on the role of disciplining the bodies of the colonized, of the Filipino colonial subjects. Thank you.
Thanks, Greg, for the question. Yes, there were actually quite a number of assessments on the nutrition of Filipino school children. From my end, I was looking at primary public school children, and essentially the assessments were that the food that they ate was not nutritious, that it lacked in for lack of a better word, maybe vitamins. But we also have to remember that the people making these assessments were not medical. Oh, in real terms. Oh, actually not much, but I think there might be a few, but most of the assessments were really done by teachers, so they were really not specialists. And it was, I think, more of an impression that, oh, the food, it's so, maybe because of the alien aspect of the food, that it's not good for the children, that they're eating too much of this, too little of that, etc. Of course, the point of reference was their own diet, so the American diet. So no meat and potatoes, just dried fish is seen as very insufficient.
And from my end, from more general nutrition of the nation, there was, I believe it was Dr. Hans Aaron, who did surveys, food surveys, to determine if the Filipino diet was a healthy one, and he determined no, it was not, because it was mostly fish and mostly polished rice and dried fish, very few vegetables if they could have them. And I believe it was actually his medical study that gave the American colonial government the justification that no, it's not a problem of low wages and therefore people can't buy more food. It's that their diet is just not varied enough. They're not buying the right kinds of food. Yeah, they... Yeah. No, not really. It was really just the Americans doing the study. Also, they had a tendency to make very general statements. Like Dr. Aaron did a medical survey of Taytay, and he took that as representative of the whole country. Yes, very problematic.
With regards to, for example, Mindanao and Zamboanga, actually, 2 pavilions in the hospital compound were built, but there was also another building later on that was built, which was on dietary and nutrition. So, and if you look at writings and researches, there were researches done by the local doctors. So, for example, my grandfather did a study of yos. It's a disease, a bacterial disease in Holo. And if you read the article, this was in the 1920s, it's amazing to see the extent. If you look at his footnotes, he does, of course, local, what was there, what was the local condition, but at the same time, to do comparative work with countries from all over the world. He cites what was happening and what was done with regards to yaws, the disease yaws in Africa, in Latin America. I mean, this was in the 1920s, and here you have local doctors doing research. You know, no Google, and yet you have all this data. So where was this coming from? And we shouldn't forget as well that, of course, there was that civilizing mission, there was the top-down, right? But actually, if you look at researches done by local doctors, there were. And this would cite, for example, local culture and at the same time local practices, but at the same time would put into comparisons with other societies and connections. And we shouldn't forget, there were big international conferences that had to do with health and with public health. For example, did we participate, for example, in the Bandung Conference of 1937 with regards to public health? Were studies being done by colonial officers and also local doctors with regards to each other? How did it affect it in the local level? So there is the writings from above, but there is also the local practice, which we can look into.
Good afternoon, Arvin from GBCU, Ateneo. We'd just like to ask if the issues of health, nutrition, and sanitation were considered in the assessment of Filipinos being capable for self-rule. Also, it seems that the Americans are teaching us to transform our ways of life. Ano kaya yung our response ng elite sa campaigns na to ng Americans? Thank you.
Well, the first question was more on like I think it's quite interesting because actually we were having a discussion in our class a while ago on the Woods-Forbes mission and some of the provisions of it. And it's quite interesting that during the 1920s, there's a pushback by the Filipino elites with regards to how the Wood administration himself, he's also a medical physician, he would criticize in the Woods-Forbes mission the Philippinization of medical services. And the Filipino elites felt maligned in the process of how because they also received training from these Americans. And it's quite interesting that if you also look into the medical journals, they push back on the criticism given by Wood on the deterioration of as would frame it of the medical services. So I guess for the Filipino elites, particularly medical physicians, social workers, they would have that pushback because it was in the 1920s the deterioration was used to malign the independence missions, the deterioration of public health, the low, the malnutrition, the high infant and maternal mortality, which, I had this for my study, because Wood himself would posture himself, as this, as the sort of a guardian of sorts of Philippine public welfare. So I think it's quite interesting, but in the 1920s and 1930s, the Filipino elites would really position themselves as the movers of public health and nutrition.
And for my part, when it comes to nutrition and food, there was definitely a bit of pushback from the Filipina elites. As for example, my favorite example of this is Pura Villanueva Calao's cookbook, Condimentos Indígenas, or Indígenas, I don't know how to pronounce it, but native dishes. written in Spanish initially, then translated into other regional languages. She says in the very first part, in the introduction, we need to be eating foods that grow here, because foods that come from other places, they're preserved, they have chemicals that are bad for you, so we should try to eat things that are available and that are grown here. So if you read her cookbook, it's all native produce, no butter, just one mention of butter, and it's if you have any, like butter if you have any. And she also makes substitutions, like suggestions, like if you don't have this, you can use this if that's what you have, or you can use leftovers because that's a very economical option. And the Filipino doctors would also, because they kind of accepted that yes, it's our responsibility to maintain the nutrition of our families, but we'll do it our way. So they would write articles in women's magazines, in scientific journals. So yeah, there was definitely a response from them, even a bit of resistance.
My question is for Sasha sana, pero you just answered exactly yung itatanong ko sana on Filipino written cookbooks. Pero I guess to follow that up, did Filipino women who wrote those cookbooks also look into other Asian staples? Not just Filipino staples, but did they also look, for example, East Asian staples? Did they look into soybeans? Parang, did they consider this good food then? Ano yung mga bad food na kinonsider ng mga Filipino women naman? Sorry, what was the last one? What were the bad foods that were considered by the cookbooks that were written by Filipino women?
Well, the unhealthy ones would be the imported preserved foods, so like canned foods or preserved in jars. Pura Villanueva Calo really did not like the use of that, and she doesn't use them in her recipes. For soybeans, I believe there was actually a campaign to do them by Maria Orosa. She had a cookbook. Yeah, she had a cookbook of it, I believe, of soybean recipes in the late 1920s or early 1930s. Orosa. But I believe she did, yeah.
Can I just say something? I mean, it's a question that comes up not only for me. I mean, just listening to everything. It's like we use the word Filipino to mean the Philippines, and yet actually in different parts, even within Luzon, even with Visayas, and then is very different. No, so one is in terms of place, and the effect of these policies were different in different parts of the Philippines, but at the same time through time. I mean, we all know in the beginning, 1900s to 1910 would be different from 1910, 1920s, and then the Commonwealth period. So again, when you say American colonial period, that's such a broad thing. So maybe when we speak, there's need also to look into the nuances, to look into the different geographic places, and local culture, it's different from place to place. So it just came up while listening to everything. Thanks.
Good afternoon po. Ace from Department of History of PUP. This question is for Dr. Habana. Ideally, physical education in schools, whether in primary or secondary, aims to maintain and or improve a child or student's health and physique. If I may ask, within the course of your research, do you stumble upon any documentary materials that regard PE or exercises in schools as an integral part of American colonial education and colonial medicine? If there were any, were there any differences between the set of exercises for the boys or the girls they needed to perform? Thank you po.
Thank you for that question. Actually, that's a whole different paper that I was working on. No? So yes, there are a lot of sources on physical education and even athletics. Athletics as a sort of emerging field of part of school, but not really in school, is athletics in general. And yes, there were, no? So there was a lot of emphasis on the strong body, etc. Including instructions on posture, how to stand, how to move your arms, and with exercises. So you're right. What I think we would call today calisthenics, some sort of calisthenics. So a set of exercises. And there were also differences between what girls and boys would do. For example, one of the things I remember from some of the research I did was that boys would be encouraged to play certain sports, and girls would also be encouraged to play certain sports. So for boys, it was baseball, like the quintessential American, game sport, etc. And ironically, for girls, it was basketball. So basketball was first introduced as a girls' sport. Just trivia, the Apalit girls basketball team of, I think, 1915 or 16, I'm not too sure of the year, actually participated in an international tournament, and they won. So they were all like 4'10", but they won.
Any other burning questions? Actually, to confirm what Dr. Habana said, if you look at even early 20th century periodicals, there would be images of, I came across this particular supplementary magazine, and the cover was a girl with a basketball, because it really was introduced primarily as a woman's sport in the Philippines. But you know how our views and our relationship with things change. Now we think of it's a men's game, and then the women are like second fiddle. So let me end today's conference session with that. Thank you all for your questions and participating. Just two things, and thank you to our panelists also for such wonderful presentations. So just two things. The first panel this morning was by our librarians here in the Rizal Library, and I'd like to invite you to visit the Special Collections building, because they've brought out new materials from all the special collections and put them together in an exhibit that's more or less new, and it's you can see it for the next few weeks and months. Okay. The second thing, yes. So I think it's there. It opened yesterday, but it will continue to be there at least until the end of this year. Okay, and you can look around. Some of the things that they mentioned in the presentations, you can, like Fuller's cookbook is actually, we have a copy and it's out on display right now. The second thing is next week will be the last week of the conference, and we will have 2 days on October 1 and the closing on October 4. So you can, again, it's free, you're all invited, and the schedule is available online. So please check it out. So thank you everyone, and enjoy the rest of the day.